Oké, en dan share.
Stuur hem ook even naar mij.
Ja. Oké, nou. Ja. Nou heb je nou een livestream. Nou is het nog zaak om die livestream dus hier te zetten. Blijft dus precies. Ja, maar...
Ja, op de website doet het ook.
Oh, super.
Goedemorgen.
Hi, hallo. Welkom. Dankjewel.
Goedemorgen. Ja, met u ook?
Blijft gewoon zorgen voor alles hier.
Ja.
Nou,
Kom daar gaan zitten.
I think it works.
David, ik zie dat het spreekbestuur wel gepositioneerd is, maar ik laat me af of dat lijkt me nog beter. Dankjewel. Wat wil ik jou doen?
Was het leuk?
That's the right answer.
I'm just speaking from this, so I guess I'll just put this like here.
You can put it in.
Okay. Oh, can I put it? You have a. I'll leave it here.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, good friends, esteemed colleagues. And anyone can be either of the three categories or more than one category. So I'm very happy that we're here with a good group of people. It's actually also quite rewarding to see that Jewish studies thrive in this city, in spite of everything that's also going on, not only in this city, but in the rest of the world. It's good to see that this is an academic haven of peace where we will discuss, let's say, the peaceful way in which the rabbis of Amsterdam used to deal with each other. We have a very esteemed group of speakers, and I very well remember how Steve Nadler was kind enough to drop us a line and said, "Isn't this a great conference that we should be organizing?" And we managed. You can see the whole group involved: University of Wisconsin Madison, National Institute, Vrije Universiteit, University of Amsterdam, the Joods Culturele Kwartier. Never without the support of Maror, always with the support of others here in the room as well. And we're very happy that we've been able to organize this wonderful conference. We have one cancellation, so one of our speakers this afternoon, Miriam Knotter, for good reasons cannot make it here, which typically on the part of the organizers feels like something that you really pity. On the other hand, for all of us who convene, it's also always nice to have some extra time to do the extra curricular work that is also the colloquial work that is also necessary at a colloquium like this. So we are very happy that you're all here. So the first session at 1:15 this afternoon will not be here. You're here in the Jewish Museum. It doesn't need an explanation. The Jewish Museum works together with the Vrije Universiteit, with the University of Amsterdam, in the Manasseh Place and the Israel Institute, where all the hard work to make this happen took place. So I'm very grateful to Margreet, who just walked in, and also to David Wertheim for organizing this conference, for bringing together so many esteemed people. And where there are very few people of repute in our field that are not here today. So that
Margreet, for all your work helping organize things on the ground. It's hard to organize things in Amsterdam when you're in Wisconsin. So just thanks to everybody and to Emil and the Jewish Cultural Quarter for their support and allowing us to meet today. Thanks.
But this is the way it is. I also have to apologize. I can't be there in the afternoon. There's another conference. And this is the way. That we misarrange our lives. So David Sklar. I've known David for quite a while. David has what I, as a person of Jewish book history, appreciate most. He has the combination of a deep knowledge of Hebrew books and of Jewish book history, and combined with an equally deep knowledge of Jewish history. And I was very happy to see in the course of the years that he decided to direct most of his attention to the city of Amsterdam and to the Jewish history of Amsterdam. It's not the only field in which he's been active. I'm very happy that he continues to do so. And I'm very practical thing. All speakers have been asked and are expected to speak approximately half an hour. Then we have 15 minutes for discussion per speaker. I tend to be lenient when it comes to this, but there is a limit to leniency. So speak your half hour, and we will be very appreciative. Bart will take care of chairing the first session. I will be chairing the morning session. But thank you very much, David. Where are you? There's David. And I wish you a wonderful continuation today. And I'll be back to introduce Professor Sina Rausch. Thank you.
Good morning. How do I find the?
Ik heb geen scherm, weet jij? Ja, oh, dat is goed. Ja, ja.
Weet je wat staat er?
Good morning. Thank you very much to Neil. Thank you very much to the organizers. It has been a number of years since I've been in Amsterdam. Every time I come, it just feels like coming back home. And this is a very special conference for lots of reasons, just to me personally. My goal with this paper, you'll see as I sort of how I present it, it's really an attempt to do something that's an overview. I assume that's why the organizers put me first, because it's very much an overview. And it's not about rabbis per se, but really about rabbinic culture. But in any event, in 1684, Isaac de Mattathias Aboab, an educated and upstanding member of Amsterdam Sephardic community, though not a rabbi, compiled a comprehensive prayer book of Portuguese rite. The manuscript consisted of year-round prayers as had been done with traditional machzorim since the medieval period, but it also contained ancillary prayers, explanations of laws and customs, and reasons for particular rules and practices long accepted, but not frequently delineated. The Machzor was written beautifully, appearing print-ready, and within 3 years, the Amsterdam Press of Albertus Magnus issued almost the identical text in a small format. This prayer book and its relation to a handful of others offers a window into the understanding of the development of Portuguese Jewish ritual. Of course, scholars have long worked on the development of Jewish ritual and prayer. That has involved standard prayer, piyut, haggadot, and Kabbalistic intentions. There are the well-known streams of influence, liturgical connections between the land of Israel, Italy, Ashkenaz, or Babylonia, Spain. And closer to the modern period, we see obvious influence on Lithuania and Hasidic rites from earlier Ashkenazic and Kabbalistically infused liturgy and Sfat. However, a clear historical origin for Portuguese Jewry remains an outlier. While the Western Sephardic rite is not the only communal religious practice, lack a clear origin, its importance in the history of Jewish printing and as an element of an influential diasporic community make it an especially significant lack. The premise of the problem revolves around a few questions, namely, what are the origins of Portuguese ritual life when we know that the community's religious culture formed only in the 17th century? How did it develop, and is there a clear precedent on which it was based? Was there an evolution, or did the ritual and culture of the 18th century trace itself to the 17th century origination? This paper is an initial attempt at providing an overview of the problem of this development of Portuguese ritual life. That is, it's really an overview of this problem, not so much, I can't tell you everything about Portuguese Jewish ritual life, that's a book. It includes an exploration of rabbis, the printing and use of prayer books, the establishment of an educational system, and the eventual development of an internal rabbinic culture. As one might expect, Menashe ben Israel played a significant role in these developments, but he did not manage or possibly even attempt to fix a permanent rite because of the unique nature of the community. After presenting some early rabbinic influences, this paper will focus on the prayer books themselves and discuss Isaac de Mattathias Aboab's Machzor in particular. More than merely the rite itself, these liturgical books, their sizes, languages, and most importantly, supplementary texts, offer insight into an approach that allowed for a range of religious ability, interest, and experience. That range ran the gamut, from near complete illiteracy and ignorance of living rabbinic culture to a knowledge and ability on par with any Jewish community. One way to religious and ritual development of the community as a whole is through the rabbis. As had long been established, groups of former conversos relied heavily on rabbis from outside the Portuguese experience to shepherd them in their early journey to Jewish literacy. While the Bible had proven to be a spiritual lifeline for crypto-Jews in Iberia, the lack of rabbinic texts in connection to openly practicing Jewish communities elsewhere left the first generation of Portuguese arrivals in Amsterdam bereft of a clear direction. That is, the challenge of navigating an identity and past that had been severed from living Jewish culture for generations required Portuguese Jews to turn to rabbinic leadership outside their milieu, importing communal rabbis from abroad to fulfill religious functions. The Ashkenazic Rabbi Moses Uri Halevi of Emden was the first to serve as a guide. It is difficult to know exactly what transpired, but it is not unlikely that either the rabbi or these newly practicing Jews starkly delineated between Sephardic and Ashkenazic traditions. The latter knew nothing of rabbinic practice, and there would have been little cause for a lady to complicate initial basic knowledge. A Torah scroll long in possession of the community, now in the care of the Jewish Museum, is said to have belonged to Halevi. The scroll contains elements peculiar to Ashkenazic and not Sephardic communities, something to which we will return. That Torah scroll is not the only important Hebrew manuscript found in Amsterdam in the early decades of the 17th century. The well-known Amsterdam Matzor, an Ashkenazic rite, was eventually in the possession of Halevi's grandson, possibly from his father Aaron, that is Halevi's son, who had served as cantor of the Neve Shalom congregation. In their study of the Matzor, Alfred van der Heide suggested that it would not have been particularly useful then, for by that time the community adhered to a Sephardic identity. The Portuguese rabbinate in the early 17th century was neither characteristically Portuguese nor entirely a rabbinate. We know of the Ashkenazi Halevi and his son Aaron contributing to religious life in Beit Yaakov, the first synagogue, that's what this is, and later Neve Shalom. Yosef Pardo, a rabbi and merchant from Salonika by way of Venice, succeeded Moses Halevi in the Beit Yaakov, and Isaac Uziel of Fez served in Neve Shalom for more than a decade. Saul Levi Martera was a Venetian Jew, probably of Ashkenazic origin. He served as rabbi and teacher in Amsterdam for decades, but his rise and influence was in no way grand. Martera's standing in the community grew following a dispute that arose within Beit Yaakov. The physician David Farrar criticized Rabbi Pardo's literal interpretations of Midrash and medieval commentators like Rashi. Martera agreed with Farrar's rationalist approach, and Pardo was forced to establish a separate congregation named Beit Israel. Later, Joseph Solomon Domenico and Samuel Tardiola from Jerusalem served as Chachamim of Neve Shalom. The lack of rabbinic stability was palpable, with rabbis like Moses ben Arroyo and Yehuda Vega each leaving for the Ottoman Empire. Within such diversity and instability, how did Portuguese establish a clear right? Each of these rabbis, after Halevi, no doubt infused the community with traditions brought from other Sephardic communities. Yosef Kaplan has argued that a whole host of arrivals, including cantors, teachers, and ritual slaughterers, presumably attracted by growing religious culture, quote, enriched the Jewish life of the conversos who had returned to Judaism. Herman Prince Salomon showed that Yosef Shalom Galado arrived from Salonika around 1615 and served as cantor in the Beit Yaakov synagogue. His book, Sifrei Imrei Noam, a collection of hymns and prayers, included the names of the melodies customarily used in the Sephardic world, and thereby transmitted a feeling of authenticity and familiarity. With respect to fixing the Portuguese rite, the most influential rabbi of the 17th century was likely Menashe ben Israel. Business and personal interests notwithstanding, Menashe devoted most of his energy to the education of Portuguese Jews. Beyond his teaching in the Estayim Yeshiva and regular delivery of sermons, texts like El Conciliador meant to solve biblical inconsistencies, and Tesoro dos Dinim, a Spanish language guide to Halakha, paved a theological way for Amsterdam's new Jews. As a printer, he promoted new ways of accessing Judaism. His Spanish Bible includes a synopsis of each chapter. His Mishnayot, he had 3 editions of the Mishnah that he was involved in. They included pietistic elements intent on inspiring religious devotion, and his prayer books articulate practice and elucidate meaning. Liturgical works with ritual instruction and spiritual intention provided readers an entry point to ancestral tradition. The standard rabbinic liturgy in Hebrew was first issued by Menashe ben Israel in 1627. The small format volume includes instructions in Ladino in a handful of places deemed especially important. A Rosh Chodesh insertion in the Amidah, the recitation of Kaddish, and the practice relating to eating matzah at the Seder meal. The rite generally follows standard Sephardic liturgy, as we see best represented in 16th century Venetian imprints, but with some possible Ashkenazic influence. The Friday night Kiddush includes a line that was standard Ashkenazim but not to Sfaradim, and the Aleinu prayer appears censored without the line deemed offensive to Christians. Having said that, the text of Ma'ishtana, the Haggadah, follows what we now consider to be Sephardic, though it is important to note that the order of Ma'ishtana was possibly still in flux. Medieval Sephardic Haggadot displayed an order like their Ashkenazic counterparts, while 15th century Italian Haggadot appeared Sephardic. So this sort of dichotomy between Ashkenazic and Sephardic when it comes to rites it's definitely not simple just in general. Over the next decade, Menashe issued multiple prayer books in various formats. Some, like a Siddur published exclusively in Hebrew in 1631, appeared with instructions for understanding the service, as well as a couple of insertions of Kabbalistic ideas, not technical kavanot, not Kabbalistic kavanot per se, but guiding insights drawn from Kabbalah. A prayer book issued in Spanish in 1637 appears as a contrast. There is piety, as typesetters were careful to mark off the word for Adonai, as in God's name, rather than print the name explicitly. There are also rules for the laws and blessings of kosher slaughtering, as in Hilchot Shtita, so suggesting that the form of rabbinic life, in this case the need to provide kosher meat, leapfrog the traditional manner of training and study. That is, you have the laws of kosher slaughtering and that are being transmitted here in Spanish. In the 1640s, Menashe ben Israel and his rival Emanuel ben Benista, originally of Venice, each produced multi-volume machzorim that essentially combined aspects of his earlier and varied prayer books, appearing in Hebrew, but with more extensive instruction. In a paper examining Menashe ben Israel's 3 editions of the Mishnah, each produced in small format and with little to no commentary, I argue that the 17th century was a period during which the readership of rabbinic texts grew exponentially. John Baumgarten has shown how smaller volumes of Yiddish literature helped create greater literacy in the early 17th century, which I now suspect paved the way for continued Jewish and thereby rabbinic literacy. It is clear that Portuguese Jews formulated the rabbinic tradition collectively and without direct connection to living practice. But these prayer books also indicate a multi-layered religious culture. The regular influx of Iberian conversos well into the 18th century meant there was never a time of a fixed, solidified rabbinic culture. Of course, rabbinic culture in the early modern period was not one thing, but there were a multiplicity of rabbis according to geography, ethnicity, and polity. But this multi-layered audience, or perhaps a community of varied audiences, did not and could not adopt some pre-existing communal rite wholesale, because the development of the Portuguese rite worked in tandem with the Nassau's growth, feeding but also being affected by community influx. It could be argued that Portuguese customs were as much about conformity to a new expression as Jews as about the adoption of quote-unquote a new tradition. This peculiarity is especially evident in Menashe ben Israel's decision to change the standard morning blessing in which a Jewish man praises God for not having made him a Gentile, Shelo Asani Goy, to a more active form of praising God for creating him a Jew, Shelo Asani Isha. She'asani Yehudi. I'm thinking 2 things at once. She'asani Yehudi. You can see it on the left side in the middle. That would be really interesting, actually. Although Jews occasionally self-censor liturgical texts, this change probably reflected something else. After all, he did not live in a Catholic country, and Dutch authorities did not expurgate texts written for and by Jews. With Italian and Ottoman presses regularly producing prayer books of their own, it is unlikely that Menashe's Sephardic Rite imprints targeted any community other than the Jews of converso background. The learned Menashe, who no doubt knew that glosses to the Shulchan Aruch rejected the practice of reciting a similar formulation, these glosses refer to She'asani Yisrael, may have been concerned that the recitation of the original formulation by a converso turned new Jew would have been made in vain, as some commentators questioned whether a male convert to Judaism could properly recite a blessing thanking God for not making him a non-Jew. Or perhaps the liturgical modification affirms some recognition of his community's Catholic past and his friendly relations with Christians in the Dutch Republic, while encouraging members of his community to identify positively as Jews rather than negatively confess to identity as a non-Gentile. That sounds a little too postmodern now that I'm reading it, but it's a thought. Either the basic idea here is he's aware of this issue in terms of what the glosses with halakha would refer to as to whether you can say this or not, but Menashe is making this choice nonetheless. Regardless, the reason the practice was picked up by Ben Benista, an indication of an internal tradition, if only temporary, larger than Menashe's imagination and influence. The question, of course, is what did Menashe rely on? What prayer books and under what circumstances did he base himself? Well, the earliest prayer books printed for Portuguese community predate Menashe and Sephardic settlement in Amsterdam. Spanish Machzorim published in Ferrara in 1552 and 1553 by Abraham Musque and Yom Tov Atias served, along with several other texts they published in the mid-1550s, the awakening converso population in the Italian peninsula. According to Adri Effenberg, those Machzorim became the basis for reprints issued in Antwerp in 1584, while Machzor for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur appeared 20 years later. There were a handful of similar publications issued in the 1610s as the community grew, all of these in Spanish, though. Isaac Franco published a 3-volume prayer book in 1612 for the Neve Shalom Synagogue. Well, David Abenetar Mello did the same 5 years later for Bet Yaakov. Mello issued a Spanish Haggadah in 1622 as well, which, as Hardenberg and Herman Prince Solomon revealed, contained a bedtime prayer that he himself composed. I've not yet compared each of these Spanish language imprints to standard liturgical works in Hebrew, but broadly it is clear that they reflected immediate needs of these new Jews. There was something personal, individual even, inherent to the early decades of Portuguese Jewish life in Amsterdam. To be sure, books printed in the Italian peninsula must have contributed to the setting of the Portuguese Rite, beyond just the mid-16th century Ferrara imprints. Menachem ben Israel's first prayer book, the first Hebrew book printed in Amsterdam, may have been based on Venetian Machzorim issued 3 decades earlier. The reason I suspect this is because Menashe's Siddur included the Kabbalistic hymn Lecha Dodi, which first appeared in print in 1584 and 1598, before becoming standard the Friday night liturgy of any and all rites. The problem with this theory is that it means I've caught Menachem ben Israel in a very public lie, because he states here that this is the first time Lecha Dodi ever appears.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes. So the issue is, where do these books come, where does Menashe, what is he basing himself on? So we may think that it's coming from Italy, just for various reasons, and this has sort of been a general assumption. I'm willing to follow that assumption and even say, okay, based on one thing here, our first printed Siddur that we have from Menashe, printed in 1627, he has Lecha Dodi, this famous Kabbalistic hymn. The problem here with this is that he has it probably because it had previously appeared in Venetian imprints. But the problem with this is that he states that this is the first time it ever appeared. So either he just came up with it, somehow it appeared in manuscript form, which seems unlikely to me, or he's lying, which, so those of you who know Menachem ben Israel better than I do can tell me whether that's a problem or not. Printers did not infrequently pitch their business ventures by ignoring or stealing the work of others, but like I just said, what does that say about Menachem ben Israel? And then I guess we can just, since this whole conference is about rabbis, what does it tell you about rabbis or Portuguese rabbis? And I'm not slandering rabbis. Nevertheless, I guess if you have multiple jobs and your job is a rabbi, but you're also a printer, we find out which one is going to sustain your parnassah, then I guess you go that route. But anyway, okay. Nevertheless, there was still something distinct to the Portuguese prayer books. Not only were they not copies of what was produced in Venice or in Constantinople for that matter, they reflected an inconsistency, possibly due to this issue of individuality. Printers and editors generally included sporadic instructions in Hebrew language imprints, and far less frequently in the Spanish language editions, but they varied in no predictable fashion. So I had referred to before that you have these instructions that appear, but they're random. Elijah Aboab in 1644 included extensive instructions related to mourning during the period between the fast of the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of Av, was referred to as the 3 weeks. Including that one should, this is what he stated, including that one should not walk alone during certain hours of the day. Ephraim Bueno and Jonas Abarbanel added a calendar with references to medieval expulsions and an index for keys of access, in addition to bakashot, which are these sort of more elaborate beseeching prayers, in the Spanish language prayer book in 1648. Joshua Sarfati and Joseph Aboab in 1658 warned readers that if Passover began after Shabbat, they should search on the 13th, they should search for chametz on the 13th of Nisan, meaning on a Thursday night, and put challah aside for the Sabbath meals. But the instruction continued, they should be careful with the crumbs remaining on the tablecloth. Such practical instruction was not repeated. The lack of a fixed rite and the persistent arrival of new Jews made for a chaotic arrangement to which printers seemed to respond as needed. By the 1680s, however, Isaac de Matatias Aboab offered a solution, an all-encompassing prayer book. Aboab, no relation to Chief Rabbi Isaac Aboab de Fonseca, put together a year-round Matzor, printed as a small format volume for ease and wide use, with facing Hebrew and Spanish texts. The facing pages was not an easy task technologically. Even his manuscript, written 3 years earlier, had 2 separate sections. What made this Mea Barachot exceptional, however, was that it served as a one-stop shop, a sort of study siddur. I adapt the term from David Stern's Study Bible, though the latter refers to volumes with biblical text and the commentary appeared on the same page. More than the liturgy, and beyond linking the Iberian heritage, meaning Spanish, to rabbinic heritage, as in the Hebrew, Aboab brought a world of ideas, meaning, and understanding to prayer and ritual. There are extensive sections elucidating some major halacha concepts, like eruvin and shchita, eruvin being establishing a boundary on the Sabbath from which you could carry things, shchita referring to the ritual slaughtering. There are elaborate devotions for vows, burials, and other special blessings. This particular ceremony in terms of preparing the dead is really not found elsewhere as far as I can tell, and it's distinct. Passages amplify knowledge about Hanukkah and the counting of the Omer, and the Haggadah section contains a charoset recipe, which you can see here on the bottom, with an instruction to include dust ground from bricks or pottery shards. For each of these things that I'm mentioning, there's a whole world here, so I can continue if you like. There are even prayers rarely found in any siddur, let alone one produced for Portuguese Jews. For instance, a blessing for a father acting as a mohel, for a zeved habat, which is an expression of gratitude for the birth of a girl, for the redemption of a vineyard, for the purchase and circumcision of a slave, and the blessing over bridal virginity, which is called Dam Betulim. Although Aboab was a merchant by trade, he was an active thinker and scholar in his spare time. He wrote a play about the biblical Joseph and an ethical will for his sons, commissioned several manuscripts and paintings, supplied Wilhelm Cyrenus with the images produced in his massive Mishnah, and served as an active official in the community. His 1687 Matzor was a masterpiece of Portuguese erudition, a representative of the community's ideal rabbinic culture. It reflected the breadth of concerns like halachot about the Sabbath and kashrut, and interests like those on economic matters, including slavery, and served as a sort of culmination of decades-long efforts to establish the right. Although the impact of Aboab's Mea Barachot is unclear, by the 18th century, the Portuguese rite was indeed set. It continued to evolve, with the adding of a certain hymn sung in the synagogue, or the use of children as a sort of choir prior to weekly afternoon prayers. But the rate of change slowed. The community was well established, having dealt with chaos and controversy throughout the 17th century, not that chaos and controversy didn't continue. And the Eitz Chaim Yeshiva, the origins of which we trace back to 1616, grew into a position as a cultural force in the 18th century. Reconstituted in the second quarter of the 18th century, it facilitated the acquisition and dissemination of thousands of books, increasing rabbinic literacy and literary awareness. The educational system reached swaths of the community, providing young boys with prayer books, Bibles, grammars, and ritual objects like tefillin and tzitzit. Although it is possible that, considering general religious laxity in Portuguese communities, the vast majority of these books collected dust after students completed their schooling. The official communal emphasis on education and books reflected an intensification of local rabbinic culture. Yosef Kaplan has discussed this inverse growth of religious laxity and the intensification of rabbinic culture. That is, a committed group of rabbinic Jews grew larger despite diminishing numbers within the community as a whole. This became most evident in the expansion of the Medres Grande, the highest class in the Eitz Chaim Yeshiva, and the production of the rabbinic periodical of response to the Eitz Chaim. The Eitz Chaim's maturation into a proto-research institution that is specifically within this highest class broadened spiritual and intellectual horizons to such an extent that the community's social and ethnic singularity gave way to greater engagement with pan-Jewish culture, thereby expressing a new phase of Portuguese Jewry's return to tradition, quote unquote, return to tradition. What may have been an antiquated move for Ashkenazic Jews with the onset of modernity, that is, an intensification of traditionalism, in fact reflected further intellectual and communal development within the Western Sephardic experience. This trajectory even led to a surprising ritual correction, a change of the spelling of the word Pekah in the communal Torah scrolls. And this is, I wrote an article about this, the issue ultimately revolves around when you have a Torah scroll, it's regarded, the Torah is regarded as the word of God, and therefore what appears in the scroll has to be precise, even down to the letters. And this was an intentional change of the letters, as you can see. Without going into the detail, and it's a long story, scrolls that originally spelled the word with an aleph, following that of Moses Uri Halevi, were changed to follow the growing commonality that is in the larger rabbinic world, regardless of medieval Sephardic or Ashkenazic traditions. To some extent, the question regarding the development of an established ritual really revolves around the circumstances of converso, quote unquote, return to Judaism. Joseph Kaplan and David Graysford have led the way in describing this return as an awakening of new Jews, people who had no openly Jewish experience to speak of prior to their arrival in Amsterdam. As the decades wore on in Amsterdam, however, we might be talking about a larger issue of defining Jewish life. In the larger early modern world, devoid of converso experience, it could be argued that there would have been no distinction between Jewish life and Jewish religious life. But in Amsterdam, a city where Spinoza epitomized secular possibilities, that assumption does not hold. That is not to say we can assume anything about personal religious sentiment in other Jewish communities. The inner life is not easily identifiable. And it is clear we cannot assume that outside this Western Sephardic realm, Jews were fluent, engaged, interested, or participatory. This is just in general, we shouldn't assume the piety. Ultimately, this problem of defining Portuguese right and elucidating Western Sephardic rabbinic culture relates not just to the origin story and the regular influx of new arrivals from Iberia, but to the intellectual and social nature of the community. As for the rabbis, imagine having to work in this context. Thank you.
Yeah. So you set an example for all the later speakers in terms of your time management. They're quite impressed. Are there any questions from the remarks in the audience? Bart?
Yeah, I've one question. So you said Menashe ben Israel is the most important rabbi of early modern Amsterdam, at least the 17th century, right?
At least with respect to this development of this ritual.
Okay. So maybe my question is a bit broader, but I'd like to hear your reflection on it. When we were organizing this conference and we got in the proposals, we got a lot of Menashe ben Israel proposals, which demonstrates that in scholarship, actually he is the predominant rabbi of Amsterdam. But of course, if we look historically in the community at the time, probably it was Aboab. It was much more revered by the people. So how do you explain the tension between these two tendencies? And are we in our scholarship maybe not like, is the balance still accurate, historically accurate in how we perceive the rabbinic world of Amsterdam?
So it's a great question. I think it involves delineation. How are you going to define the problem? So on the one hand, you're right. You're going to have this fascination with Menashe, very much connected to, let's say, what his interests were with Christian friends and speaking to a larger world. And then there's a fascination with Menashe in some of those ways. If we're talking rabbinic culture itself, then here I'm speaking about ritual. The reason he was important was because of his role as a printer. I don't think it's because it does relate to what I regard as his goal of educating the general Portuguese public, but it's his influence as a printer that ultimately leads that, and that's why he's showing up. As far as what the relationship would be with the other rabbis, let's say, are there discussions? Is Isaac Aboab arguing that we need to establish a right to do it this way? I think that would be the next thing to try to uncover, and that's why what this paper is meant to be is to sort of discuss the problem. And I'm not even sure that I've answered it, except to say that clearly there's something that is fixed by the 18th century, and I think that I've localized what the problem was in the 17th century, and maybe this is where it's led. But your question points to the issue of how does it really work its way down. For instance, one thing that I just mentioned towards the end was that in the 18th century there was one of the things that was brought out when the yeshiva was sort of reconstituted and there were new rules. The younger children of a certain age they needed to go to the esnoga to begin the prayers, to say psalms before they would actually begin the afternoon prayers. That, I think, is a key point of what's happening, and maybe that would be the way to try to understand it. Is there instruction about how we're going to follow through with these sort of things? But your question is a good one and a big one.
Steve Nadler, maybe it's good when you answer that you repeat the question for the live stream.
Yes, okay.
First, let me just suggest that we should have no trouble accepting the fact that Manasseh sometimes bend the truth. And we have very curious. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly at the beginning of your talk. Did you say at one point that Manasseh produced a book in Ladino?
So the question, just to make sure that the question as to whether Menashe produced a book in Ladino. So there are different prayer books, there are Ladino instructions in some cases.
But were the instructions written? Because I'm not aware of
in
it.
In Hebrew characters, but
Right.
Yeah.
And were the instructions composed by him in Ladino?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Because I'm unaware of Ladino at all being used in this community.
Maybe I can make some short remark on that as well. What we see oftentimes, and you mentioned the way that they were also influenced by what was printed in Venice and just took over what was printed in Venice. In Venice, we do know that especially instructions are printed in Ladino oftentimes. And we know that a good example is a little bit later than your examples, but a good example is the first Haggadah was actually printed, the Hebrew Haggadah was printed in Amsterdam and Veniste. That is modeled after Phoenician Haggadot of 1599, 1603, 1604, 1605. It has the same set of illustrations, it has the same set of instructions, the instructions in Ladino. The first Amsterdam Haggadah that is famous, that everybody now considers the first Amsterdam Haggadah of 1695, the beautifully illustrated Haggadah, repeats those instructions in Ladino. So so there are commercial, perhaps maybe it's just we're going to copy this model and who cares, but I can't believe that. The other is that there might be also, although in that very first volume of Manasseh that seems unlikely, but there might also be just commercial reasons. You want to sell the pieces to other communities, you might just as well include Ladino.
So there's also the other issue to I think that comes out of this is that it's not necessarily laziness, although that's the word that's occurring to me. Just the ease, you take something and you simply copy it. So that would be my guess. That would be the next step in terms of like really tracing, and it's looking at dozens, if not hundreds, comparing exactly. The fact is that just as a contemporary issue, this happens in Israel today, liturgically. There are Sidurim and Machzorim that clearly they're just the same text being repeated over and over. And the question is where it came from and whether there's an issue internally, the editors, whether they care or not, but they're doing it anyway.
Any other?
The first versions of the Chagadot were a different text than we have now. So I'm wondering if this claim for a first for Manasseh in Israel was the first publication of the text we have now.
So the versions are they're not entirely different. I mean, there's words here and there. It's really very, very close. There's one in particular, one piece is in the final stanza of L'Chadodi, where I came across a machzor that was printed in Venice, I think it's in the 1560s. The editor was Moses Acuto, and there's an instruction there, which I've never seen before or since, where it's actually describing this change of a particular word. This is regarding the word simcha and bina, and you change these things. In that particular instruction, it describes them that you'd say this word on the Sabbath and this word on a festival. But beyond that, there's not much of a difference. Ultimately, I think that Menashe is just making the claim that Lecha Dodi this is the first time that it's appearing, and he's basing it on that.
Are there any?
Somebody in the back, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
So if I understood it, first about the Simcha Yuna, it's understanding about the switch, but I wanted, if I understood correctly, the Me'at Chutz Matzor, was that the definitive West Sephardic Musa? And what made it?
Okay, so the question is, was that final Machzor that I was referring to from 1687, is that the definitive right? So the answer ultimately is, I still don't know. Is there such a thing? By the 18th century, there's clearly a right that's been established, but it's not. That was a sort of culmination of this issue of, the various issues involved in trying to establish the right. What ultimately becomes the right itself, how and when, that actually sort of gets to Bart's the first question related to what's happening with the rabbis, how that plays out and what the discussions are. That I'm not even sure that it's entirely answerable. But so it's not exactly that 1687 version is the established right, because you don't have additions following that state, we're basing this on this, and you don't have anybody stating that. It's simply, the issues involved in trying to determine exactly when this was established.
Yeah, I don't see any hands.
Okay.
Maybe I'd like to make
Theo
a final remark on the issue of the, sorry?
Theo,
There's a, I didn't see that. I mean, something wrong. Theo first. Yeah, of course, there is. Yeah, we have at least 2.5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
I'll be quick.
Really wonderful way to get this conference going. I was wondering if you can say anything about the way that the editorial history of the liturgical literature that you shared with us this morning maps onto what we know about the musical history of the 17th century Sephardic.
That is a great question. So the question regards to how does this correlate with the musical history?
I'm thinking in particular because the history of Protestant liturgical literature maps on to the melodies that are passed on within communities. There's quite a bit of literature on that. Hardly anything about, and this is really new work that you're doing, which is why I think it's so interesting. I just wondered if you could say anything about the musical culture of the community as it pertains to the liturgical development.
So I'm certainly not a musicologist. I can say that we're lacking any explicit instruction or any explanation as to how this was, where the music comes from, how it plays out. But obviously, there's an elaborate. This is an elaborate ritual. Music is extremely important. Just into my own untrained ear and just with some connections, knowing, of course, that there are rabbis coming from Morocco. There are similarities between Moroccan, let's say, the musical rite and what we see with the Portuguese. But beyond that, I don't have anything specific, and I'm not sure where we would get that. Meaning, if we don't have explicit instruction, then it's very hard to trace it.
And if I could just follow up, it seems to me that it's a big step to say that because Manasseh is the printer, he must therefore also be identified as the editor of the liturgical innovations that he prints. And insofar as no book could be printed without the approbation of the other rabbis, more senior rabbis, even before the formalization of the Sanhedrin within 17th century Amsterdam prints, it would seem to me more probable that these liturgical innovations were not the sole work of Menashe himself.
So I didn't mean to, so the question was that, or the statement was ultimately that Menashe is, it seems unlikely that Menashe would be the one to originate all of this. I'm not claiming that he originates. The real question is, where does this come from in the first place? Whatever is being done is new and original, because you have a community that is formed ex nihilo. I mean, there's no basis for anything for this community. So the question is, if they're doing anything, where does it come from? The fact that he is a printing force, that's one reason, and the fact that he's innovating in other ways when it comes to printing, regardless of what the, whatever the genre is, that's one of the reasons I would turn to him. But again, it goes back to Bart's point right from the start, which would be, as you're stating, so you have the other rabbis who are involved here, and nothing will be printed unless there's sort of an agreement or permission ultimately. The issue would be, okay, are there actual discussions about this? How does this actually get done? Where does this come from? Yes.
Then the very last question, because
I want to just recheck myself. I was afraid I was misremembering what I had read once a long time ago. But the first I just looked it up on my cell phone. I found all in here. But the first publication of Chabadi was 1599 in Seder Hayom, and the text is very different. The second stanza, Kedushat Shabbat Hilchatanu Al HaSinai Ke'atanu B'Torah Mitzvah Hitapanu Uchatanu Am Sekulah. So it is totally different than our text that we have now.
Thank you for that. I'll have to look into that. The first edition is 1584. So if you're saying that whatever you have there,
that's 1599.
okay, good. So then there's also a 1598. So then okay, you'd have to look more into that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, David,
All right.
for
Thank you.
very nice paper. And a very good start of the conference, where already in the first paper, the Mushugas of Manasseh ben Israel were very part of what we were talking about. That said, we're moving to Professor Sina Rauschenbach, the University of Potsdam, where she's Professorin für Religionswissenschaft, Professor of History for the Science of Religion, with an emphasis on Jewish thinkers. And you are another scholar of whom we can be happy that you dedicate a lot of your research time to, particularly to our field. I think you make a very original contribution intellectually to the field that we have. And recently you edited a volume with the best subtitle in the field, Sephardim and Ashkenazim, Jewish Encounters. I love that. We look forward to hearing your paper, Christian Hebrewism and Jewish Perceptions of Denominational Difference. The floor is yours.
I help you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I slightly changed the title of my paper. I went back to the first title I had given actually because it fit better to what I want to do. Thank you very much for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody who has been active in organizing this. And yeah, it's wonderful. I just remember 10 years ago, it was the first time I spoke here in one of David's conferences, and I'm happy to be back. Thank you for your kind introduction, Emil. A few decades before the Respublica Literarum of the 20th century discovered the impact of early modern Christian Hebrewism, Aaron Ketchen, in his most important Christian Hebraist and Dutch rabbis, used the example of the 17th century Dutch Republic to explore early modern Christian readings of Maimonides' Mishneh Torah. In a remarkable footnote that I've never forgotten and that has inspired much of my research, Ketchen stated, and I quote, Menashe, Aboaf, Aguilar, and even Mortera were all engaged in one form or another in the instruction of Christians. There is little specific indication of what motivated these particular rabbis to their teaching of Christians. Their thoughts must be reconstructed almost completely, sometimes from external evidence. Yet, since the phenomenon of the Jewish tutoring of Christians was fairly widespread throughout this period, any one of a number of general standpoints might have found its echo in Amsterdam. End of quote. In the meantime, Christian Hebraism has turned into a prime topic in Jewish studies and beyond. Joseph Kaplan and Shlomo Berger, whom we all miss, have delved into the books and manuscripts of Moshe Raphael de Aguilar and Isao Porobio de Castro. Benjamin Fisher has dedicated a wonderful study to Manasseh's, Moteira's, and other rabbis' uses of the Bible. Stephen Nadler and I have dedicated monographs and articles to Menashe ben Israel and his interaction with Christian scholars. Moises Orfali has written his most important book on Isaac Aboab de Fonseca. And yet, a broader survey of Jewish interventions in the Christian search for Hebraica Veritas remains a desideratum. In the following, I will draw on the aforementioned studies together with my own readings of the sources, some of my very first deep readings of the sources, I have to say, to ask in how far Moteira, Menashe, and Aguilar embody different modes of collaboration with Christian scholars. My paper will be divided into another 4 sections. In the following section, I focus on Moteira and what I call the Christian contribution to Jewish truth model. In the 3rd section, I give an overview of Menashe's ideal of Jewish-Christian scholarly interaction in an Abrahamic space. In the 4th section, I present Moshe Raphael de Aguilar as an Amsterdam rabbi who was deeply involved in Jewish-Christian exchange, but took his distance from Christian Hebraism and Jewish participation. I conclude with a summary and a few glimpses into what might be one of my larger research projects in the future. The Christian contribution to Jewish truth model. Scholars have emphasized Moteira's move from early anti-Christian polemics to a more differentiated view of Christianity in his later Tratado. Benjamin Fisher, in particular, has recently drawn our attention to Moteira's use of New Testament, Catholic, Calvinist, and Socinian sources. Especially the later, Fisher continued, were a most important discovery for Moteira, who used them as a Christian testimony to Jewish truth and the urgent need for Christians to return to early Christianity and hence to Judaism. A program of conversion, according to Fisher. Although I am not fully convinced of this last point of Fisher's argument, I follow Fisher that Moteira considered anti-Trinitarianism a welcome contribution to his overall program of using Christian sources for supporting Jewish positions. This program, I argue, mimicked Christian Hebraism in a double sense. On the one hand, it was an inversion of the Christian missionizing strategy of the Middle Ages and the employment of Jewish sources for the confirmation of Christian dogma. And you see this clearly, for example, in the 43rd chapter of Moteira's treatise, which in my English translation shows, through the writings of different Christian authors, the lack of authority and many faults in the books of the New Testament. And I spare you with my Portuguese pronunciation, which is too Spanish. On the other hand, it displayed Moteira's ability to distinguish between different segments and lines of Christian thought and to employ his knowledge for solving urgent questions of a society of new Jews and formerly old Christians. Most noticeable here is Moteira's familiarity with Calvin's Institutio Christianae Religionis, first version from 1536. Over the course of hundreds of pages, Moteira used Calvin to confirm the particularity of the prophecy of Moses, together with the continuity of the Old Testament. He referred to Calvin to counter the Catholic adoration of images and saints, and he quoted Calvin to elaborate on Reformed objections to the Catholic service and the Eucharist. But Moteira also referred to Servet and Socinian authors to argue against Christian and hence also Calvinist interpretations of the Trinity, the Incarnation, and the divine nature of the Messiah. He relied on Catholic voices to reject Calvinist predestination and Protestant teachings of sola gratia, and he used the words of Hugo Grotius, the famous Remonstrant scholar and father of international law, to sharply counter Calvin's objection against the continuity of biblical mitzvot and the divinity of the Torah. Mortera's use of Grotius is particularly important for my argument, as it also helps to distinguish between Mortera's and Menashe's argument with engagement with Christian scholars. I get back to this point in a few minutes. On the whole, Mortera's argument in his Tratado was centered around the objection of a Christian adversary, which Mortera repeated no less than 5 times in the treatise. If you deny me the Gospels, I will deny you the law of Moses. That's the Christian adversary. According to this adversary, the Torah continued into and was superseded by the New Testament, the traditional Christian teaching. This was equivalent to the contraposition that a person who did not embrace the New Testament rejected the Torah. According to Mortera, the opposite was true. The Torah was less the premise than the heart and the foundation of the New Testament. Every Christian who believed in the New Testament needed to embrace the Torah. Christians who did not do so rejected their own Gospels and belied their own tradition. So the argument is just the Christian says Jews who don't accept the New Testament also belie their own tradition, the Torah. And Mortera says it's vice versa. Christians who don't accept the Torah also belie their own tradition, which is the New Testament, the Gospels. Once again, Mortera subverted the logic of Christian Hebraism. According to Christian Hebraists, Jewish sources disclosed remnants of a Hebraica veritas, a Hebrew truth that had been lost over time and needed to be retrieved in the search for Christian authenticity and the rediscovery of truth in times of fragility and fragmentation, Christian fragmentation. According to Mortera, Christian sources disclose testimonies to the truth of the Torah. According to, I'm sorry, I didn't put this, this is Mortera's edition. So according to Mortera, Christian sources disclose testimonies to the truth of the Torah and could be used for the confirmation of Judaism and the daily struggles of new Jews for religious righteousness and self-assurance. Up to here, Mortera's argument is more or less conciliatory. But Mortera continued. Actually, the Gospels not only confirmed each and every precept of the Torah, but they were also an unnecessary addendum to what already existed. As God's covenant with Abraham was complete, and the Torah, not the Gospel, was God's natural law of grace, he says this explicitly, the natural law of grace, no additions or changes were ever necessary. True Christianity not only built upon Judaism, it was Judaism. Aspects of Christianity that were not part of Jewish law were artificial, useless, and void. And I quote, "The second difference between natural and artificial things is that natural things are models which come only from the divine idea. And artificial things are copies that seek their perfection in imitating something else. This is also the difference that we find between the law of God and the Gospels, because divine things are exemplary and do not seek to imitate anything else. This is not the case with the Christian law, because as an artificial thing, its whole purpose is to measure and copy everything that already existed in the world." End of quote. In my eyes, this is one of the most remarkable quotations of Mortera's. In a few sentences, Mortera transformed Christian supersessionism, the teaching that the Torah has been superseded by the Gospels, into Christian imitation, and the Christian search for Hebraica veritas into a search for Jewish authenticity and truth. I will now turn to Menasse to emphasize that the model he thought of was completely different. The Jewish contribution to Abrahamic truth model. Contrary to Mortera, Menasse did not circulate texts in manuscripts, but published them in his own publishing house. His books, some of which were written in different versions and languages, addressed Jewish and Christian readers and publicly intervened in Jewish and Christian debates. As a consequence, Manasseh needed to care differently about Christian prohibitions to ridicule or defeat Christian positions. But Manasseh was also not interested in polemics, as he repeated again and again in his books. Instead, he created and cultivated what I coined an Abrahamic theology. According to Manasseh, Jews and Christians shared a common set of beliefs that they explained, justified, and defended in scholarly exchange and support. Within the boundaries of this set of beliefs, Jews and Christians neutralized their respective differences and contributed their particular expertise to the advancement and protection of an Abrahamic knowledge. Outside the Abrahamic space, Jewish and Christian scholars continue to cherish their differences and distinctions. A prime example for Manasseh's model of interaction is his exchange with Hugo Grotius, whom I've already mentioned in relation to Morteda. Grotius first approached Manasseh in 1638. Working on his Annotationes in Vetus Testamentum, his annotations to the Old Testament, Grotius was not sure as to the exegesis of several biblical verses. Concretely, for example, Genesis 17 and others that had to do with the political constitution of the Hebrew Republic. And he hoped that Manasseh, whom he admired, could provide helpful information. Grotius and Manasseh's correspondence continued during several months and had an important impact on Grotius' book. Even though Grotius never mentioned Manasseh by name, at least not in these passages, he clearly proceeded Manasseh's information into his exegesis, and he did so in a most constructive manner without debating Manasseh's argument or embarking on anti-Jewish polemics. In the eyes of Manasseh, and contrary to Morteda, Grotius was not a Christian witness to Judaism. Rather, he belonged to a group of curiosi, curious persons, in the words of Manasseh, non-Jewish scholars who approach Jews to broaden their horizons and delve into different and hitherto unfamiliar questions. As I've shown in my book, curiosi of the various religions and beliefs constituted Manasseh's most important audience, and they were the ones to contribute to the constitution of Manasseh's Abrahamic theology. In his 1636 De la Resurrección de los Muertos, Manasseh praised his Christian student Enrique Hoffiser for his, and I quote, great curiosity and his need to acquire unfamiliar abilities, la mucha curiosidad y deseo que tiene de saber las ajenas facultades. To Joachim de Wickford, one of the dedicatees of the Latin version De Resurrectione Mortuorum, Manasseh wrote, and I now quote from the English translation in my book, "You're of such piety that you will not be vexed if I add the doctrine that we have in common. Ultimately, all those who worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob with pious souls would like to be resurrected. And you are also of such righteousness and humanity that you understand how to distinguish between the duties of a friendship binding people together and the confession of a different religion." This is most remarkable for the 17th century. What makes it impossible, even if we do not judge all things in the same way, for individual men to be rich in their knowledge, to prove their conscience to God, and to desire no less good to those who do not wish them any evil? So whenever you have the power to get some fresh air away from your labors and daily business, turn to the teachings of our fathers. For even if you cannot agree with them, they are nevertheless of the kind that can perfect one's understanding with a higher knowledge and strengthen the ones who eagerly pursue the original truth. End of quote. Not surprisingly, Manasseh's Abrahamic theology included teachings such as the resurrection of the dead and the immortality of the soul, which gets somehow confused the debate in Manasseh's books. Among others, in De la Resurrección de los Muertos and De Resurrectione Mortuorum, the two books whose dedicatees we have just come across. Written as a reply to Uriel da Costa, obviously, De la Resurrección de los Muertos and De Resurrectione Mortuorum aimed at different audiences and reflected the respective expectations and sensitivities of their readers. Whereas De la Resurrección de los Muertos primarily addressed new Jewish readers who needed, formerly new Christian, new Jewish readers, who needed to be comforted in the basics of Judaism. De Resurrectione Mortuorum aimed at Christian scholars, encouraging them to stand with their Jewish peers, contribute to the advancement of Abrahamic knowledge, and build a fence around religious principles without which neither of their religions or societies could persist. Due to time constraints, I will not elaborate on Manasse's further interaction with Christian scholars at this point. I've written about all this in my book. Let me just add that even later, when Manasseh expanded his Christian networks and was encouraged to participate in much more delicate debates, which were definitely not Abrahamic but Christian, his idea of an Abrahamic theology prevailed, and he continued to discuss parts of what he was asked to discuss within the borders of an Abrahamic framework. This strategy enabled Manasseh to enter the Christian Republic of Letters in a special and hitherto unknown way, but it also favored Christians who deliberately misinterpreted him and referred to him as a Jewish witness to Christian theology and thought. My third and last example is Moshe Raphael d'Aguilar. And I call that no Jewish interest in Christian Hebraism model. Moshe Raphael d'Aguilar is certainly among those Amsterdam rabbis whose oeuvre requires further study. I base my discussion on the scholarship of Josef Kaplan, Shlomo Berger, and my own readings of Aguilar's manuscripts. Given that Aguilar was the Spanish translator of Motera's Tratado, we know that he must have been familiar with the various Christian writings Motera relied on. Most surprisingly, however, in his own letters and treatises, Aguilar only rarely relied on sophisticated debates in contemporary Christian theology. Far from Motera's strategy of using Christian sources against Christian arguments, Aguilar seemed to be more involved in traditional anti-Christian polemics. He contested Christian readings of biblical passages such as Jesaja 8, Jesaja 53, Jeremiah 3:14. He objected against the most traditional Christian assumptions that, and you see that here in this manuscript, the Messiah had to be God and man, that the Messiah had already come, that Jesaja 53 is about the Messiah, and that with the coming of the Messiah, the observation of the Torah will cease. And he refuted Christian treatises such as Pablo de Santa Maria's Scrutinium Scripturarum, which had been of prime importance in the context of 15th century Iberian discussions. On the whole, Aguilar's arguments against Christian theology rather continued earlier Jewish replies to the genre of adversus Judeos. If Aguilar mentioned denominational difference at all, he did so to defy Christian claims about the unity of the Christian church and the spread of the Gospels after the coming of the Messiah. And this is from one of the letters to an unknown person in Antwerp, which is also quoted by Kaplan in his study on Orobio, one of the few places where he mentions the Anabaptistas, Arminianos, Susenianos, and all these groups that split Christianity. Exceptions are three short treatises of no more than a total of 7 pages, recte and verso. And I quote the titles in translation: A Brief Intervention Against the Teachings of Calvin, An Intervention Concerning the Condition of Adam Before and After His Sin, and another treatise titled Answer to a Question Raised by Isaac da Silva of Antwerp about Predestination. But these treatises were not addressed to Christian readers, nor were they expected to contribute to Christian debates. Instead, they were written as anti-Protestant polemics and replies to those aspects of Calvinist theology which Jews most strongly rejected. Interestingly, Aguilar not only disapproved of Motera's use of Christian sources for anti-Christian debates, he was also not inclined to Manasse's projection of a Jewish Christian community of knowledge and Abrahamic thought. An important example is Aguilar's contribution to Amsterdam debates about Uriel da Costa and the immortality of the soul. As I've argued earlier, Menasse used these debates to forge an inter-religious Abrahamic group of resistance against da Costa and others who deny the basic principles of Judaism and Christianity. Menasse's arguments, and you see here the chapter of contents of the Latin De Resurrectione Mortuorum, were based on 5 different kinds of authority which the community of his readers was expected to share. The Torah, the prophets, and the writings, so the whole Tanakh, that's the first 3, chapter 1 to 3, then experience, and then reason. Aguilar followed a different line of argument. In his treatise on the immortality of the soul, he relied only on universal knowledge and philosophy. At the end of his treatise, Aguilar explained that this was a deliberate choice. Contrary to Menasse, Aguilar wanted to enter into direct discussion with De Costa and others. According to him, philosophical knowledge was not only rigorous enough to prove the immortality of the soul, it was also the only knowledge that his adversaries accepted. Therefore, he had opted for, and I quote in my translation, leaving aside the infallible proof for truth that belief provides us with, and the tradition regarding its certainty, his certeza, whose origin is God himself, and his teachings, which are confirmed and spread over so many passages of the Holy Scripture. All this I've omitted because in this treatise, I only try to persuade people who pretend to deny such principles. End of quote. Let me add that Shlomo Berger, in his most important study of Aguilar's Tratado de la Retórica, made similar observations. According to him, Aguilar always gave preference to classical sources, bypassing, and I quote, medieval and even Renaissance literature with its Christian overtones. For Berger, it was this difference that distinguished Aguilar. And I quote, although some members of the community cultivated relations with Gentile intellectuals, these encounters were based on an exchange of ideas about religion, about Judaism and Christianity, about religious texts of mutual interest and their interpretation. Greek and Roman antiquities fell outside the scope of these encounters of the other rabbis. Following my own readings, I assume that Aguilar either responded to Jewish needs for clarification of doubts, for anti-Catholic apologetics, or for the rejection of supposedly dangerous positions raised from within Christianity and/or Judaism, or he contributed to the advancements of knowledge in fields that he considered neither Christian nor Jewish, but that belonged to a classical heritage which all human beings needed and shared. In no case was Aguilar part of the Christian enterprise of Hebraism, neither in the affirmative sense of Menasse, nor in the subversive sense of Mortera. Even when Aguilar was asked to explain or discuss a religious topic that belonged to a shared body of Jewish and Christian knowledge, he always discussed it from a Jewish perspective, and only from a Jewish perspective. And he would probably have agreed with his mentee, Isaac Orobio de Castro, who debunked the whole system of Christian Hebraism in a letter to a Huguenot correspondent. In this letter, Orobio asked, and I quote him from the English translation of Kaplan, do you, the Christians, really want the unfortunate Jews to have to be such good scholars and such experts in understanding the New Testament that they may be qualified to decide the major disputes and matters of doubt that obtain between yourselves and the Romanists, Socinians, Armenians, and the many other sects, in order that they may thus be able to choose the true faith? Something about which your own councils, doctors, writers, and learned folk have themselves not succeeded in reaching decisions? According to Orobio, And given a long trajectory of Christian anti-Jewish polemics, anti-Jewish hatred, violence, and persecution, it was an open question why 17th century Christians should rely on Jewish sources and listen to Jewish arguments. And it was even more questionable why Jews should be the ones to save the Christian world and contribute to the solution of Christian problems and controversies. I come to my conclusion. Christian Hebraism was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it contributed to an increase in the Christian study of Jewish sources and fostered new collaboration between Christian and Jewish scholars. On the other hand, a sound knowledge among Christian scholars of Jewish texts and traditions did not necessarily contribute to an improvement of Jewish-Christian relations or changes in Christian attitudes towards Judaism and the Jews. On the contrary, Christians were always expected to process their Jewish sources in a polemical way. Christian scholars who refused to do so were fiercely attacked and risked their standing and position in the Republic of Letters. One important example is once again Hugo Grotius, who was precisely denounced for his curiosity and accused of being a Judaizer. Understandably, Jewish scholars were divided on whether to support Christian scholarship on Judaism or not. As early as 1538, Elia Yevita, in his Masoret HaMasoret, felt the need of defending his teaching of Christian scholars. A century later, Manasseh ben Israel faced opposition and hostility for his participation in Christian theological debates, and also fiercely from within his own community. As I've shown in my book, his entanglement with Christian scholars was a tightrope walk that contributed to Manasseh's high standing in parts of the Republic of Letters, but was also risky and dangerous. Christian theologians turned Manasseh's words against Manasseh and quoted him as a Jewish witness against Judaism. More benevolent scholars interpreted Manasseh's interventions as signs of a proto-Christian inclination and, at one point or another, expected the rabbi's conversion. Not surprisingly, Manasseh's Jewish contribution to Abrahamic truth model was more the exception than the rule. Morteira's Christian contribution to Jewish truth model was no less exceptional, but it was drafted for a specific group of Jewish readers who were well-versed in Christian theology and likely to respond and understand Morteira's mimicry of Iberian Christian missionizing strategies. And Morteira's books, manuscripts, and never, at least not at his time, reached a Christian public which could have objected against the rabbi's misuse of Christian sources and turned its wrath against the Amsterdam community. In this respect, Morteira was clearly more cautious than Manasseh, and his assessment of Christian attitudes towards Jewish scholars and their sources was also more realistic. Ultimately, the most viable way to enter Christian scholarly circles without falling victim to Christian distortions was Moshe Raphael d'Aguilar. On the one hand, Aguilar's letters and treatises followed a long tradition of Jewish replies to Christian anti-Jewish polemics. On the other hand, Aguilar identified fields of knowledge which he considered beyond religious polemics and encouraged Jews to contribute to and profit from respective scholarly discussions. In fact, Aguilar's approach very much reminds me of Italian scholars such as Davide Pomis, who likewise distinguished between Jewish apologetics and Jewish contributions to general knowledge. But I will need more time to probe this claim and embark on larger questions of comparison and entanglements. My paper today was intended to disentangle the attitudes of 3 Amsterdam rabbis and give each of them their particular due. I proposed a first set of models that might be helpful to better grasp and approach the underexplored topic of Christian Hebraism and Jewish participation in future research and teaching. Even though Amsterdam rabbis such as Manasseh ben Israel, Saul Levi Morteira, and Moshe Raphael d'Aguilar were all engaged in Jewish-Christian scholarly interaction and exchange, their approaches were anything but similar. They represented different levels of entanglement, expectations, visions, and estimates of risk. and they provoked different reactions from within and without the Amsterdam Jewish community. Building up on these preliminary results, we should now broaden the geographical scope and ask to what degree the attitudes of Italian rabbis and rabbis in German-speaking lands fit into the models, following Ketchen and his announcement that any one of the number, and I quote again, of general standpoints might have found its echo in Amsterdam among the Amsterdam rabbis. And we should probe our findings in theology, the findings that I've just presented in theology, against different fields of Christian Hebraism, such as Christian studies of Jewish languages, exegesis, philosophy, ethnography, and biblical politics, and ask for different settings and modes of interaction. But this is a larger project and the topic for another conference in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I promise you it would be good, and it was good. Is there any question from the audience? We have quite a few researchers of Christian Hebraism in the room, whom I expect, of course, to respond right away. Let's go ahead.
I wonder whether Moshe Rabbeinu in particular.
Sorry. No, I was asking if you would repeat the question for the live feed.
I'll try to say it really loudly too. I'm good at that. Is it possible that, although you have described him as the non-participant in the Jewish Christian debate, is it possible that he is responding also to Isaac de la Pereire, the Pre-Adamitai and this Rappel des Juifs, who's, I mean, it's an open question about whether he was himself a converso. He's not a Christian theologian in any of the traditional senses, and yet the topics seem to line up very much. That is my question.
Yeah, I didn't say he doesn't participate in Jewish Christian debates. I said he doesn't participate in Christian Hebraism, which means the use of Jewish sources to fight interdenominational problems. He does, of course, discuss classic, but that's what I call more the traditional line of apologetics against Christian attacks. As to Perea, I mean, I have to say I've gone as quickly as I could through the manuscripts, the thankfully digitized version of the Etz Chaim. I didn't find this connection. I mean, we know this very much about Menashe, that he also replied to De Perea, and that he was connected also to the Iberian discussions about this, about the origins of humankind and these discussions. I haven't come across this in what I've seen, but I haven't seen Far From All, so I wouldn't insist on that. I will have to check that. Thank you. Do you know of any manuscript that applies to La Pereire?
I wouldn't think that he would mention La Pereire explicitly. I would just wonder whether the approaches are intended to imply a response. That was all I was thinking.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, the debate about La Pereire comes up with the discovery of the indigenous people in the Americas, and the question of the bibliogenealogy and where to put and then many of the Christians, I mean, Grotius is involved in this, and Delate, and there is a whole debate in Amsterdam too. But this is exactly what I think Aguilar is. He has his general topics which are not necessarily religious, and he has the traditional religious debates. But I think he separates between. This was my impression. Mm-hmm.
Are there any more questions? Yeah. That's what I hoped. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you so much. I totally enjoyed that. I wonder if you could say something about the confessional aspect of this topic. I mean, you mentioned Christianity and Judaism. And obviously, there are Christianities and Judaism in the world of these formerly Catholic, now Jewish scholars. I mean, the Christianity in which they are, some of them are born and raised, is entirely different from the empty church Christianity of Calvinist Holland. So I wonder if you find in these treatises places where these anti-Christian arguments by the three rabbis you give us as your models engage with confessional this thing. I think in particular of the fact that Catholic, period Catholic Christianity is so obviously idolatrous in a way that an entirely empty blank wall Calvinist church, as painted by Emmanuel Litt, for instance, is not. And we know that the members of this community are arguing in these years that Protestant Christians are not idolaters in the rabbinic sense. And so the tierras de idolatria are not the Dutch Republic. Right? And you know the literature so well. So this is a question about the confessional aspect of Christianity in this previous.
Yes, indeed, this is a very fascinating question. I was impressed. I mean, I've gone through Moteira's treatise when I wrote my book, but I haven't read it now for many years, and I get back to it. And I was impressed of his. I mean, this is nearly a comment on Calvin. Parts of the book are a Jewish comment on Calvin's teaching, which is really it. Calvin is so dominant. So the question is, why did he do this in a manuscript for new Jewish readers? One explanation would be that Calvinism is so deeply present in their world that they also need to be involved in this discussion. I'm not so sure what to think about that. I mean, this is what Fisher more or less says. I think that this is what I try to explain as mimicry of Christian strategies. I mean, the clue to Christian Hebraism in early modern times is that Christians who are split among themselves, they have their own, the Christian Hebraism blossoms when the confessionalization comes through and Christians don't know how to solve their problems with their own sources. And then they get to Jewish sources to find like an unbroken tradition which is not corrupted by the tradition that they denounce. So their Judaism is used especially for interdenominational debates. And I think the mimicry of Moteira is that he uses exactly interdenominational difference to confirm different stands of Judaism where he needs them. So when he needs to say something about the Trinity, of course, he needs to go back to Socinians and Servate. When he needs to say something about images, Calvin is, of course, a good source to go against Catholics. But when he needs to say something about sola gratia, which is also absolutely not compatible with Jewish thought, he goes to Catholics against Calvin. So he uses the denominational difference in all its fine versions that he knows of to make his case for Judaism. And on the other hand, Menashe, I mean, he's not so straightforward in this, but what he also does, and I published an article on this with Studia Was Italiana, he's very much involved he is becoming involved, not voluntarily, but somehow he at a certain point, he thinks it wouldn't damage him. What it does in the end, he becomes involved in the debates between Remonstrants and Counter-Remonstrants within Calvinism in the Dutch Republic. And so this is difficult. He's asked to write about the original sin in Judaism. So what shall a Jew write about original sin in Judaism? And what he does is he brings the topic down to something that Jews and Christians share, the fragility of human beings and their inclination to sin. And then he can discuss it in this framework. But what he also does is he draws parallels between Remonstrant thought and Catholic thought and debates that go on the Iberian Peninsula between Jesuits and Jansenists, and all the debates about auxilium and grace, and draws parallels between between certain Protestants and certain Catholics, to say it like this, and then puts Jewish thought in the middle and like draws a new landscape of religious overlaps that doesn't correspond to any of the existing denominations. So, I mean, of course, Jews are well aware about the denominational difference. In the beginning, they embraced the Reformation because they think, I mean, this has been studied by Jerome Friedman and other many years ago. They embraced the Reformation because they think this is a turn back to authentic Christianity and it makes Jewish-Christian relations easier. But then, of course, they see that Protestants also, especially Luther, there's a very anti-Jewish shift in the writings of Luther, and then they start to distinguish and take their distance and also get into problems with several teachings in several denominations. I mean, so it's when it comes to sola gratia and to predestination, Jews are much more on the Catholic side than on the Protestant side. So what they do is they navigate between these different denominations and use them also very intelligently for their own purposes. This is what I think. So I wouldn't generally say it's like Jews approve of or are in favor or welcome or not. They do the same thing what Christians do, just the other way around.
Okay, so perfect timing. I suggest we have a 15-minute coffee break, that we return after 15 minutes. That is part of the deal with a 15-minute coffee break. And then we go to our last lecture for the morning, which is Bart Vallet. So we're looking forward to that as well. Enjoy your coffee. Well done.
Where do you want to go back? This was very delicate. I was very much, This one or another one?
In philosophy,
Yeah.
everybody has
Yes. This is Latin. I come very much from the Spanish. So
Yes, I know.
I'm not so familiar. Yeah.
I worked for a long time in a Portuguese neighborhood, so you picked up some.
No, thank you.
I'm always embarrassed.
But that's even better. I mean, imitate is even better.
Yes,
That's
right.
what I. Thank you very much.
Now it's spelled with 2 R's.
Yeah, I'll check that anyway. This is not. I'll check that.
Okay.
But thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah. Met kinderen, dus als deze alles.
Thank you. I saw you are crossing the way. And you were the first person.
We are.
Yeah, I was doing the logic. I was being honest.
Me too.
Ik had juist een college.
But I just saw you, we are crossing ways.
Dus die zijn. En dat was.
I wanted to be there, but I'm here.
And we all been in together with this one.
college.
Oh, it will be at 7 o'clock. We have actually an agreement with the agency.
No problem, yes, agree.
Okay.
I have my philosopher's hat on for a minute on the arguments. So if the Old Testament is the foundation of the New Testament, that means the New Testament implies the Old Testament. And so when the Christians say if you deny the New Testament, you deny the Old Testament, that's not valid.
No, it's valid vice versa.
Right, so Tara is right. If you deny the Old Testament, then that's valid. Tara had a much better argument about it speaking. Because if P implies Q, then not Q implies not P.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what I tried to. But the question, no, I was wondering, the question is, the supersession, if it's, how do you put it into, if you put it, the Old Testament is like the basis and the condition for the New Testament. And recognize the New Testament as the other.
Exactly.
So, I mean, this is the Christian way of thinking. And for Torah, it's not in terms of logic, it's more in terms of building one.
I couldn't help but think of
Yeah, no, I stand behind. So I was also thinking about, what to put supersessionism into a logic. If you put it this way, to put it this way, the New Testament implies the Old Testament. This is not what Christians say. Because the Christians say that from the Old Testament automatically follows the New Testament. So this
It's not a necessary condition.
it's just in one direction, but then if you turn it around, then the negative. But I was trying how to get this. Obviously, this is not logic, so it's a bit, but I tried to fit it into.
That was well done. You gotta find the rest. You know what the rest is?
Tot 12 tot 2 uur.
Dus wat we daar gewoon van doen is.
En dan nog na het spel weer de cocktail.
Dat hebben we precies.
Ik wil wel even duidelijk maken zo meteen dat het lunch tot 2 uur is.
Ja, precies.
Ik zal wel
En dan de sprekers zijn er ook. Ik moet ook even over. Want de sprekers die weten wel dat we om zijn gezeten.
Ik heb ze
Ja, je hebt ze gemaild.
Dus in principe met deze en ook het adres. Maar
ja, dat is jouw lijn.
Oké, nou ja, dat is een lange gesprek, maar alsnog.
ja,
Kudos voor.
ja, heel fijn.
Het is ja, het is ook maar het is jammer dat het allemaal goed. Zullen we even las neerzetten? En water, is er al water gebruikt? Of moeten we een glaas neerzetten? Nee, niks. Oké.
Hi. I just wanted to tell you a short thing about the hotel, not to,
Yeah.
because I didn't want to cause you trouble. When I arrived, I have an additional night, as we agreed.
Yes.
Yes. So when I asked for the additional night, I asked them for a room that goes to the back.
Yes.
Because I've been.
Yes, I saw your
Yes, so they
question.
confirmed that, but yesterday they didn't have a room to the back. So they said, we have a room to the back, but this is a double room.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
is more expensive, obviously.
Yeah,
So
we do
what-
that both. Yeah.
No, but
Yeah.
what they said is,
Yeah.
I'll give it to you,
Yeah.
and the university will pay the same fare as if it was a single room, and I paid more for the additional.
No,
night.
but you don't have to. You don't. Sorry.
I paid a supplementum for the additional
Okay.
night that I paid, but this will be paid by my university anyway, so.
Yeah, but
But I just wanted to let you know
Yeah.
that they don't charge you more, saying that I'm
Oh,
now
that's-
all of a
that's-
sudden in a double room.
That's kind of them. They can, but if they don't, it's also fine.
They told
Yeah.
me they would.
No, they're
This-
very
they were
nice people.
They told
Yeah.
me this is the only room that we have, She
Yeah,
was very nice. And
they're
she told
very
me
good
to-
people.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know, if,
Yeah.
because if they tell me she wanted an upgrade and now it's more
It's
expensive.
fine
that
also, because they had only a number of single and number of double, and they themselves divided them.
Okay.
Did you sleep in the right room last night?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because it can be noisy
Yes.
there.
No, I know. I've been upstairs there and with the open.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I know the hotel quite
Yeah,
well.
and you asked specifically.
Yes.
So, okay.
Just wanted to let you know
That's
that they
fine.
don't
Even
charge
if
you.
they
If
charge
they
for a
charge
double
you,
room,
you
it's
can
also
say-
fine. It's also fine because it's a double room after all. No
Okay, but I
problem.
didn't want to cause you.
No, that's fine. No problem at all. Good to tell you, but it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No,
Thank you for your lecture.
Thank
Very
you.
interesting. We'll have to go in the middle to arrange for the coffee, but
Thank you very much.
Great.
And thank you for the organizing.
yeah, I hope you enjoyed being with colleagues from all over the world. It's a nice venue. Yeah. Have some coffee if you like. Yes.
Maar iedereen mag natuurlijk ook zeggen, ja, dat is allemaal. Hoe ga je hoe gaat het? Dus het is praktisch. Liever de laatste keer.
Hi. Ja.
Ja.
Eigenlijk zie ik er één.
Ja. Ja, nee, volgens mij
Nee, dus
dat is heel belangrijk.
maar ik ga
en ik denk dat weet je, het is eigenlijk heel goed werk, maar
helemaal geschreven. Nu staat het iets meer van het idee over waar we zo in de opzorg gaan.
Ja.
Dus ik zou zeggen, als jij leuk wilt, tijdens het team voor je zelf niet, als je mogelijk hebt,
Ja. Ja.
zit het naar je hand.
We maken het er wel weer aan.
Ja, ja. En het is, er zijn wel mensen bij de top. Dus Katja is een avond die uit
Nee, maar
ik vind het gewoon van
niemand kent het.
Dus we moeten misschien een half uur zoals zodat het ook voor jou. Er is geld. Het is de geld van de rabbis. Het zijn klassische. Heel graag. Het klassieke kan niet vinden. Dit wil heel goed. Ik vind dat heel flexibel, maar dat is nee.
Ik kom er voor.
Nee, ik ben er al voor de man.
Ja, we moeten het in de
Nee, deze mensen.
Ken je dat zo?
Dit is nieuwsgebouw. Dit is en dat ging over alle andere dingen de project van die er niet komt. Dat is en daar is het voor ja, het translokale de tekst zit los, zeer in los. Dus ik heb hier ook. En ik ben heel blij dat jij bent. En dan kunnen wij dus twee proberen om zeg maar die installatie van de kaartje aan te doen. En dat we dat gaan doen. Ja. Nee, we moeten zelf iets nog aanvragen. Dat is ook leuk. We zijn wel in. Maar ik kan niet goed. Maar er is geen begin. Nee. Het is een kant van hier. Kijk, maar ik heb een hele abstracte dat is het allerergste. We zijn voor de stad.
Every day. The plans are printed instead of going to Spanish or Americans. And he also did I've been reading it for 12 years. I'm up to letter 4. Slowly. What did you just say? Can you? What did you just say? I worked very hard to do it. Hey, yeah, come back. Yeah, I know. We met in Washington D.C. I think many years ago. Yes. Yeah. I think I was asked you. Yeah. No, you're busy guy. Thank you for having me. And I have regards for you.
Oh, okay.
He came to Princeton for a semester.
Yeah, we offered him a fellowship for next
Well, nice to meet you.
That's the history.
Yeah. I know, I'm sure. He's well aware of the university. Yeah. He's really good. And there's this very funny function in his honor where it says in his virtue. It's very different. He was the strong hero. So I always
It's amazing to see.
I have some recommendations. Yeah, well, that's
my first visit. That's how I know what's this. And I the Portuguese family.
Ja, dan zijn er heel veel mensen met corona.
Die steekt op de televisie.
Allebei. Kunnen wij? Dat kunnen wij.
Nou ja, die bent het eens.
I've never so, and he was, yeah, really, Julius was second for the project. He wants to
He wasn't around. It's just
Okay, now be conservative before. At the moment, and produces it's just remarkable. That was not. All of it. You can bring my whole life.
Nobody terrified me more than
Okay, thank you for being so precise about the 15 minutes. But we have more than enough time. We will start with our lunch a little bit later, and because we have one lecture less. When I think about Bart's contribution today, I think that the word that came to my mind was the word relief in two different manners. The first is relief from the what I remember when I was on the board of Studio Roosentaliana, let's say the printed version of Studio Roosentaliana a long time ago. We not only published articles on it, but also discussed the prominence of Sephardic Jewish history compared to Ashkenazic Jewish history. So there has always been an enormous bias on the Sephardic history, and actually one of the scholars who has added in more recently the Ashkenazic perspective to the discourse on Jewish Amsterdam is Bart. So it is a relief from in a way it relieves the program. The other thing for Bart, it must be a relief that those of you from abroad might not know that we actually, within the Jewish community and those who follow, are surprised when Bart is not on television one night. He's the most important, one of the most important, certainly for us, the most important commenter on everything that is going on in the world. And it must be a relief for you to actually speak on what you were hired for as a professor of Jewish studies, as a professor of early modern and modern Jewish history. And we look forward to your talk on the early rabbinate of the Ashkenazi community in Amsterdam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, Emil, for your kind introduction. And indeed, it's a pleasure to be here and pleasure speaking about this topic that in many ways is standing in the shadow of the Portuguese community and the Portuguese rabbinate. And you can see it indeed in the program of today and tomorrow. This is the only Ashkenaz paper, but it's also in scholarship. It's reflecting the state of scholarship. Almost all of the scholarship on the Ashkenazic rabbinate of the 17th century is from the pre-war period. Afterwards, there's barely any research being done on the Ashkenazi rabbis of Amsterdam. So what I'll do today is to reassess the pre-war scholarship and to add new perspectives based on the opening up of the notarial deeds of Amsterdam. And I'm sure many of you profit from this as well. It's in a way sensational how the notarial deeds are now opening up by being digitized and by HDR techniques through which we can research so many newly available documents and including material on the Ashkenazic community and the rabbis of the community. What I'd like to do is I'll concentrate on the 17th century. And we know, of course, that in the 18th century, the Ashkenazic community of Amsterdam becomes the largest urban center in the Ashkenazic world. And there is indeed some scholarship on the 18th century. There's great research being done on Chacham Tzvi by Tamara Moschel-Eisenberg, for instance, and others. But what I'll do today is first going back to the 17th century and look at the rabbinate of Amsterdam's Ashkenazic community in the 17th century. And what I like to address is the profile of this community where did these rabbis hail from? What was its position both within the community and broader? And how does it help us reassessing the history of the Amsterdam Ashkenazic community? Well, I will argue that actually there are two phases in the history of the Amsterdam rabbinate, and this will help us as well better grasp the transition of the community. So there's a first phase from 1640 till 1675, with a rabbinate that is really distinct from the rabbinate thereafter. And so in the middle there is a repositioning of the Kehillah, of the community, and I will address the causes for the repositioning of the community, and then turn to the second phase from 1675 until 1707, when Rabbi Leib Harif passed away, and I conclude with a short conclusion. Now, of course, the broader historiographical debate on the early modern rabbinate is posited by David Ruderman in his book, where he claims that in the early modern period there is a crisis of rabbinic authority. That rabbis, due to the knowledge explosion that took place, due to lay leaders strengthening their political positions, the position of rabbis was challenged and became increasingly difficult as well. And my question would be, what does this mean, like this larger development of the early modern rabbinate, what does it mean for a new community that doesn't have any historic roots in the city, that doesn't have an established rabbinate? So how does rabbinic authority and rabbinic autonomy play out in the Amsterdam case? So that will be more or less my larger question. Now let's start with the first phase. In the first phase, what we witnessed from 1620 onwards, is a growing number of Ashkenazic Jews moving to Amsterdam. Recently, someone did some research in the origins of the Amsterdam Jews in the 17th century. And the vast majority, I think it was 80 to 90%, was from Western Germany, actually. So not so much from Eastern Europe. A lot of people have the ideas of Khmelnytsky and the pogroms, and that there's a massive wave of migration from Eastern Europe. Yes, there was some migration, but the vast majority of the Amsterdam community, the Amsterdam Ashkenazi community, is from the Rhineland, from the Alsace region, from Bavaria, and from Bohemia. Actually, these are the main territories where Amsterdam Jews came from. That's also important in understanding how the rabbinate is constructed. So here I've listed the rabbis of the first phase. If you look at the places of origin, these are already telling. So the first one from Prague, then from Emmerich, two from Worms, two from Worms. Two rabbis serve. One rabbi serves twice. So you can see the geographic background of the community also reflected in its rabbinate. Now, that is not surprising, because the rabbinate in the first phase, these people are immigrants to Amsterdam themselves. So these are not people hired as rabbis from abroad and brought to Amsterdam to serve the Amsterdam community. No, these are migrants themselves. So they've become Amsterdam inhabitants, what we actually see here, and some of them, Rabbi Isaac ben Joshua and Rabbi Abram ben Joshua, you already hear it. They are brothers. And so they're family links. They are part of clans that moved to Amsterdam collectively. And these clans were the leading families of the Amsterdam Ashkenazic community, which means that these families were represented both in the administrative elite, the Panasim, and the rabbinic elite. Some of these people actually were serving both as Panas and rabbi. Now, this might be surprising if you know, like from the present perspective, but this is not at all surprising from a medieval perspective. Actually, for a long time, this was quite normal in the Ashkenazic world, that the rabbinic elite was mostly from the most prominent administrative families as well. And here you can see how Panasim and rabbis actually formed like one rather cohesive group of people. And that's exactly what happened here in Amsterdam as well. And so they came with medieval Ashkenazic practices of organizing the community. And the rabbi is simply someone from the administrative elite that is the person that is most well versed in halakha, is most respected, and this person for a period of time serves as the communal rabbi, and can be replaced from someone from one of the other families later on, and then they can come back. And so it's part of the politics of the community and the communal leadership. That means as well that the stratification of the rabbinate is part of the wider development of an organizational structure for this community. And especially in this first period, you can see that the community is still quite open. And so you get a lot of new migrants entering into Amsterdam. which also leaves a lot of possibilities for new families to move to leadership positions. There's quite a democratic system of elections in place. Of course, you had to be a paying member, a yachid of the community, but if you were so, you could quite easily get leadership positions, and in that sense also like become one of the families that was delivering rabbis. The first rabbi, Rabbi Moses ben Jacob Weiler from Prague, is someone who is still, you can see like this is a community that is becoming independent, not so much because the community wants to be independent, but because the larger community, the Portuguese community, wants the Ashkenazi to be independent. And so we have like two connected processes taking place. We've already heard in David's paper that there were initially several Portuguese communities in Amsterdam, and they merged together in 1639 into one united community. Until the merger, Ashkenazim were still permitted in some way to participate in these Portuguese communities. But with the merger, they had to found an independent community next to the Portuguese one. And so here you can see a process of border making, but in this process of border making, the new Ashkenazi community is still in some sort of way patronized by the Portuguese community. So Rabbi Moses ben Jacob Weiler is still more or less functioning under the control of the Portuguese Chacham at the time. And you can see when there are halachic decisions to be taken, that every time the Portuguese Chacham is looking over his shoulders. You can also see that this rabbi is not having what's happening. If you take a look, I'll continue. So this rabbi needs support from outside, not just from the Portuguese Chacham, but also from traveling Ashkenazic rabbis. For instance, Rabbi Sheftel Hurwitz from Frankfurt am Main. He comes to Amsterdam to publish a book over here. And when there is a conflict in the community about the salary of the rabbi, then like Rabbi Sheftel Hurwitz is stepping in and settling the whole affair. And so the autonomy and the authority of the rabbi in the early phase still needs a strengthening from outside. Now, the second one, Rabbi Isaac ben Joshua, he functions as a rabbi. He's also one of the founders of the community, and so he's a founding member. He has been a panas. He serves as a rabbi, and after his tenure here in Amsterdam, he moves back to Emmerich to serve as the chief rabbi of the Emmerich community. Which he did until his death. And thereafter, his brother takes over, Rabbi Abram ben Joshua. And just to give you an idea of his economic position, and so his salary was 20 Rijksdaalders. His colleague, Sol Levi Mortera, earned 12 times as much as he did. And so just to get an impression, which also meant that these rabbis often had to do other work next to their rabbinic work. And so, for instance, Rabbi Abram ben Joshua is famous as being one of the correctors of the Talmud edition of Ben Venisti. And so he also worked in the Hebrew printing industry. Actually, one of his descendants is present here today. And so founding member, we have Louise Pactor sitting over there, and she is a direct descendant of this rabbi of the community. So after Abraham ben Joshua, we get Rabbi Isaac ben Simon Dekingen, also from Western Germany, and he was married to a lady from Lublin, actually. So here we can see already that there is some connection as well with Eastern Ashkenaz. And for him, like we also have one of the first regulations, like what is the community expecting from the rabbi? And in this case, like he had to answer all the religious questions of the community. So Shelot to Shuvot. He had authority over the lifestyle of the members. So he was allowed to punish them if necessary. He had to deliver a drasha once a month. And every other time, the Panasim wanted a drasha, a sermon. So he was also compelled to be ethical himself, and not to shame the Kehillah. He was allowed to give the rabbinic title of Moreh to other people, and inspected the religious teachers of the community. So he begat like an idea of quite a traditional, traditional rabbi that is in the midst of his community, and mostly they could function because they had the support of their family members. In that sense, even though there were problems, but most of the times they were quite secure. You can see after Rabbi Dekingen, Rabbi Abraham ben Joshua returns, and so he gets a new period to serve as the community's rabbi. Now, so here we have the Ben Venisti Talmud, and this is also the period 1671 when the great synagogue, actually where we are here right now, was inaugurated. And so this is a period of tremendous development and change of the community. So to sum up, the first period, we see the connection between rabbis and Panasim. They are from migrant families, they are from Western Ashkenaz. And there is not like a Beit Din is called just when there are cases. And of course, the rabbi serves as the Av Beit Din, but the other two people sitting in could be just other family members, other people from the community, and there is not a fixed Beit Din at the time. There is some degree of democracy. And as you can see, external authorities, the Portuguese community, rabbinic visitors were very important in the development of this community. And so you could say, to sum it up, there is to some degree internal autonomy. And so these rabbis do have authority and autonomy for their own community. They don't really have something to say in the Jewish world at large, or in Amsterdam at large. Now that is going to change due to a few reasons. The first one, of course, is the demographic growth of the community. In 1640, there were about 500 Ashkenazi Jews in Amsterdam. In 1670, it was already 2,500. At the end of the century, it was 3,200. So you can see, like, this is a rapidly developing community. Now, role, the position of Amsterdam in the Jewish world is also rapidly developing. And we've already seen for the Portuguese community, Menashe ben Israel as a printer, the Sephardic printers also start printing for Ashkenazim. Thereafter, we also get Ashkenazic families in the printing business. And so Amsterdam becomes a center where Jewish intellectuals, also Ashkenazic intellectuals, go to, flock to print their books, and sometimes just to stay there and to study there. Now, in the heart of this century, we also witnessed the founding of a new community. So next to the Ashkenazi community, for a brief period of time, we have a third Jewish community in Amsterdam, which is the Polish community, led by Rabbi Judah Leib ben Solomon of Vilna. And the reasons given by the Polish immigrants is that they didn't recognize their nusach, their traditions, in the Amsterdam nusach. The Amsterdam nusach being mostly oriented towards Western Ashkenaz, and they themselves hailing from Eastern Ashkenaz, adopting Nusach Polin, and this causes conflicts, and this is one of the reasons for the founding of the Portuguese, of the Polish community. Now, there are also between both communities a lot of like negative stereotypes. So you can see like the German, the High German Jews look to the Polish Jews and say like they are lazy, they are beggars, they are thieves, and so it's their economic position that is one of the things that sets them apart. Whereas the other way around, the Polish Jews are saying like the Ashkenazic Jews are too lax in their religious practices. They don't keep halakha as strict as they should. They are more focused on commerce than on piety. And so you can see there are some tensions, social tensions and religious tensions between the two as well. Now, why is this also important? Because you can see in this process, the Amsterdam Ashkenazic community is also forced to develop, to mark its own local traditions. And so there is a Polish community, but you are doing things differently. And why are you doing things differently? And so in that sense, this is also a moment of Amsterdam Ashkenazic, developing an Amsterdam Ashkenazic identity that is not only distinct from the Portuguese one, but also from Eastern Ashkenaz. Now, these changes are leading to a new type of rabbinate. On the one hand, in the community itself, we witness the development of an oligarchy. And so there are just a few families that from the second half of the 17th century until the end of the 18th century are always in the board of the community. But these families become strictly administrative. So it's separated, it's distinct from the rabbis, because from this moment on, the rabbis are mostly imported from Eastern Ashkenaz. And they are part of rabbinic dynasties, which is also different from the ones before. So you can see, like they're often part of widely entangled rabbinic networks from London to the Russian Empire, and the Amsterdam rabbis are just part of these rabbinic dynasties. But it's very important to realize that we have the separation here of the administrative and the religious elites, which changes the relations in two ways. On the one hand, the rabbis, like the role of the rabbi is more clearly demarcated as a religious halachic authority, and the rabbis will do everything to make sure that they have this authority. But on the other hand, of course, the lay leaders, they are the ones paying their salaries. and they really know that they are the ones paying their salaries. So we get a lot of conflicts here on rabbinic authority, on the position of the rabbi on the one hand as a halachic authority, but on the other hand subjected to the Panasim. And you can really see that quite often in this period, you can see that the Panasim simply command the rabbi to do certain tasks. And then the rabbi asks the warden to execute these, for instance. And so there is a hierarchy at play, and the rabbi is no longer part of the administrative elite. He is opposite the elite, or at least in good cases they collaborate, but they are no longer the same. So here we have the rabbis in the second phase, Rabbi Meir ben Judah Stern. He used to be the chief rabbi of Fulda, but when the Jews of Fulda were expelled from the city, he fled to Frankfurt am Main, where he became a dayan in the local community, and then he could become, of course, the Av Beit Din, the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. So he moved on to Amsterdam. Thereafter, we have Rabbi David ben Aryeh Lida from Zwoling, which is in the Polish lands, to Lida, to Mainz, and then to Amsterdam. And finally, we have Rabbi Leib Harif, and I've been looking everywhere, and I couldn't find like his place of origin. So if there's someone here who's able to find it, I'd love to hear. But at least you can see here there is a change in the profile of these people. We were discussing already the question in Menashe ben Israel, of course, how about the ethics of the rabbis, Rabbi David Lida is someone, when he comes here in Amsterdam, first he is hailed by everyone as like a great rabbi from like the Eastern lands, but very soon his position becomes quite difficult, and one of the reasons for this is that he is being accused of plagiarism. This book, Sefer Migdal David, which he claims that this is his own book. Several people argued actually that this was that he plagiarized a manuscript from an Italian Kabbalistic author, Chaim HaKohen. It's a commentary on the biblical book of Ruth, and that he simply stole the whole contents of this book. Now, Rabbi Jacob Anden was convinced that indeed he plagiarized the Chida, also was convinced of this. Unfortunately, the manuscript that he supposedly plagiarized is not like available. So again, if someone knows, it's not in the Ktav database of the National Library of Israel. So if someone knows where it is, we can check. But for now, at least, the plagiarism is part of the story of David Lida, the great rabbi of Amsterdam. Now, this is just one of his troubles. He was also accused of gossiping about colleagues, about the chief rabbi of Berlin, who actually, the brother-in-law of the chief rabbi of Berlin lived actually in Amsterdam. So that was how they found out. So there was another accusation. He was accused of being a Sabbatean, which, of course, in this period of the Jewish history is like the most extreme one. But to make it even more and to connect to the last lecture, he was also accused of having been a Christian. And this is an accusation voiced by Isaac Blitz, the editor and the translator of the Hebrew Bible into Yiddish. Yekutiel Blitz is also called Yekutiel Blitz. And there's in the notarial deeds, there's a beautiful description of altercation in the Great Synagogue here, where Blitz accused the chief rabbi of being like actually a Christian, of having been a Christian at least. Like any drasha the chief rabbi gave aroused so much conflict every time in the synagogue. Yeah, I see, Yoram, you only wish that your drashot would be have this effect on people. So they had to hire 2 people in the synagogue to keep everyone calm and to keep some people, like Blitz, out of the synagogue. So it went completely out of control. This resulted in Rabbi David Lida, as an Eastern Ashkenazic rabbi, to appeal to the Va'at Arba Aratzot, so the synod of the Polish lands. This was really, and here you can see how things changed, because now the Amsterdam community had established their pride and their self-control, and they were not pleased that an outside body tried to interfere in Amsterdam affairs. This was both the case for the Portuguese Jews and for the Ashkenazic community. So they did everything possible to keep the Polish Jews out. And so they fired Rabbi David Lida. Then there was so much pressure they had to accept, to accept him again. But even then, the relations were so completely broken that in the end, Lida had to leave. He went to Lemberg, to Lvov, and that is, in the end, he passed away over there. But you can also see the change of the status of Amsterdam. Even though he left Amsterdam as like someone not respected over here, in the East, he wanted to be known as the former chief rabbi of Amsterdam. And so on his matzevah, you can there's a lot of information. Of course, the books he plagiarized, like he was the author of these books, but he was also the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. Now, this change of the position of Amsterdam is also witnessed by the role the Amsterdam Ashkenazic community gets in the translocally. And so, for instance, I found a fascinating case about a conflict in the Rotterdam Ashkenazic community between the rabbi and one of the Panasim on the one hand, and 2 other Panasim on the other hand. So the rabbi did a coup d'état in the Kehila. So he moved away one of the other Panasim, and then, like these other Panasim, they appealed to the Amsterdam rabbinate, as please help us, do justice. The rabbi, on the other hand, thought like, okay, I'm smart. I go to the Portuguese community. I go to Sasportas and Aboab, and I'll ask them to interfere on my behalf. And this is fascinating because the Portuguese rabbis at this moment are saying like, no, we are not going to do this. There is now an established Ashkenazic community with a functioning Beis, with a chief rabbi that we respect. The Ashkenazic community can handle this case themselves. And so you could say like they've established an authority vis-a-vis the Portuguese community, but also in the wider Ashkenazic world. And so you can see other Ashkenazic communities. It's not, this is the Rotterdam case. There are also cases from London, for instance. People go to Amsterdam, to the Amsterdam rabbinate, and they ask the Amsterdam rabbinate to give halachic decisions on how to move forward. So in the second period, therefore, you can see we have a clear distinction between administrative and rabbinic elites. The rabbis are embedded in rabbinic dynasties, many of them hailing from Eastern Ashkenaz. We witness in this period institutional expansion. So we have a Beis Din that is like a functioning Beis Din. that twice a week is having sessions. And next to the chief rabbi, there are other people hired to be a part of the Beit Din. We have Rabbi Leib Harif also starts a Beit Midrash, which at the time is just another term for what later on in Eastern Ashkenaz becomes a yeshiva. And so a Beit Midrash is a training institution for rabbis. And so like this is the start of the organization of training of Ashkenazic rabbis in Amsterdam as well. And so we have a local repositioning vis-a-vis the Portuguese community, translocal role. And so you could say like they developed an external autonomy and external authority. The Amsterdam rabbinate, Ashkenazic rabbinate, had established itself, and you could say like at the end of the 17th century, they were ready for the 18th century, in which they would receive some of the most important rabbis, Chacham Tzvi, Rabbi Shaul Amsterdam, but the whole structuring of the rabbinate had already taken place in the second half of the 17th century. So what we witness here, I think, is the creation of the early modern rabbi. And so from the medieval type of rabbis, we move to a new type of rabbis, the early modern rabbi, which of course is as well the cradle of the modern rabbinate. We also witness here the changing role of Amsterdam in the wider Ashkenazic world. So Amsterdam is establishing itself also as a rabbinic center. And we move from internal to external rabbinic autonomy, authority. Thank you all.
We still have time for questions easily because we have extra time right after the lunch. Go ahead.
I noticed that in the Sephardic community, Portuguese community, it was forbidden to buy meat from Ashkenazi butchers. Was that because of the stricter requirements of Yosef Karo compared to the
So of course, like they used halachic arguments, of course, but you have to understand that meat for both communities is like the most basic economic condition for the financial position of the community. And so all meat was taxed. And so all the meat that was sold was taxed, and with this money, most of the poor relief was being paid. So if Portuguese Jews bought Ashkenazic meat, like which was cheaper, according to some, at least in some cases, but this was at the detriment of their own community. And so that is why both communities, they forbid to buy meat from the other community. And of course they use halakha, but in the end it's just economics.
Thank you very much. I have two questions actually. One has to do with the Polish Kehila that you spoke about. How does this change the relation between the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic? Because the prejudice and the accusations are very typical of Sephardic Ashkenazic and also between Western Sephardic and Eastern Sephardic. So somehow one expects that as soon as these two communities are split, one gets closer to the other one. So that's one question. And the other one is a very general one. And as far as I know, the notion of intellectual property is a very modern thing. So what is plagiarism in early modern times, and how far does it go? And I mean, when people don't even quote, they don't have a notion of how is this dealt with in early modern times when there is no idea of intellectual property?
Yeah, great questions. So the first one, so the first question is about the position of the Polish community in Amsterdam vis-a-vis the Sephardic community. So how does this change as well the relations between the three communities actually? What we see is that the Portuguese community is actually supportive of the Polish community. And they use like some of the arguments the Polish Jews were using themselves, like saying that the Polish Jews are much more learned than the Ashkenazic Jews, and so they deserve their own community. But of course, you can also see here that the Portuguese community is witnessing the rapid growth of the Ashkenazic community, which is also becoming a threat for their own status in the city of Amsterdam. And just by splitting like the Ashkenazi group into two communities, that is for them, that gives them leverage over both of them. And so I think that you can interpret this as well as an attempt to keep control over the other communities. You can see that when the municipal authorities become a bit bothered by this, saying like, oh, now we have already 3 Jewish communities, like where is this going to end? That when they start pressuring, and then you see the Portuguese giving in and say like, okay, we don't support the existence of the Polish community any longer. And then it's over basically. And so then you see that the Polish they fuse together with the Ashkenazi community. Fascinating thing is, and not many people are aware of that. Like one of the rules made at the union of both communities is that in the synagogues in Amsterdam, in the Ashkenazic synagogues, the Ashkenazic Nusach will be followed. And there's only one exception possible, which is the private minyan of the chief rabbi. The chief rabbi is allowed to have a minyan having Nusach Pauline. It's the only place, and this is well into the 19th century, whereas on the one hand, the chief rabbi is the authority to enforce that in all the synagogues, there's only one rite accepted at his own house. And especially we can see the Loevenstam family in the 18th century, and they kept the Nusach Pauline. So in their own house, they followed the Polish Nusach, which is, I think, amazing. And it attests to the change of the rabbinic leadership from Western to Eastern Ashkenaz. And so you give some space to the chief rabbi to be Eastern, but the community itself has to be Western. As to the whole topic of plagiarism, now I think that the most important element here is not that from our contemporary definition we label this plagiarism, but that people at the time labeled this plagiarism. And so at that time and at that place, colleagues of the Rabbi David Lida, community members here in Amsterdam, they were the ones claiming like what you are doing is not right, this is not proper, and they make cases. So they go after him, and later on, some scholars have done research into other books of Rabbi David Lida, and like with our contemporary definition, they established a pattern of plagiarism. And so they came up with a couple of more books, in which it's quite clear that he was borrowing like extensively from others without mentioning their names. And so for me, the most interesting thing is apparently at the time this was considered problematic.
This is a story for a whole book.
Fascinating, right? Yeah.
For Stephen and then.
Thanks, Bart. I have a question about this notion of creating the early modern rabbi. And one of the things you highlight is the development of the rabbi as part of the Parnasim towards this separation of powers by the end of the 17th century. But because that was already the model in the Sephardic community from the beginning, to what extent do the Ashkenazim see themselves as simply adapting a model that seemed to work, even though it didn't work that well if you were a rabbi?
Definitely there's a lot of influence from the Portuguese community, and like everyone doing research into the histories of Sephardim and Ashkenazim in Amsterdam will notice that a lot of the institutions in both communities actually have the same name. And so you have Eitz Chaim the Portuguese community, you have Eschim in the Ashkenazic community. And the reason is that indeed, from Ashkenazic perspective, like this is mimicking or paralleling the developments in the Portuguese community. What you witness is that over time, so it starts like as a traditional Ashkenazic community, but over time they start copying the practices of the Portuguese community more, which of course, like the Portuguese practices, are also related to like the political organization of the early modern city. And so even like how let's take the leadership, like the Parnasim, in the Ashkenazic community. We get exact the same structure as the one for the city of Amsterdam. So we have like a couple of aldermen with a rotating burgomaster. Like every month there is a burgomaster of the month. And it's exactly the same in the Ashkenazic community. So we have a Panas president every month. So it's an exact copying of the municipal organizational structures, and you can see the same like creation of an oligarchy in the city and in the Ashkenazic community. So I would even say like it's not just like paralleling Portuguese developments, but it's also paralleling the early modern city and specifically as well also Amsterdam structures.
I think I'm going to suggest to the mayor of Amsterdam to choose the burgomaster.
Yeah.
Although
I think she would love the idea.
She would love the idea at the moment. That's why I'm thinking about it. But let's keep her. There's one more question. Back to you.
Very down to earth. From 1640 till 1670, I think the community was quite poor, as you told about salary. But they built this very big synagogue, great synagogue for 400 men and another 300 women.
Yeah.
How did they fund it?
Yeah.
Where did the money come from?
Yeah. Now, many Ashkenazic Jews were poor, definitely. But that's only part of the story. And here again we see how like the problem of the Sephardo-centric historiography, because like compared to the Portuguese Jews, like every Ashkenazic Jew is poor. But if you just look at the Ashkenazic community, you can see as well that within this community there is an elite doing quite well. And so I found out like that you had Ashkenazim in the second half of the 17th century already having beautiful houses with a lot of paintings, with gold and silver, with their own private synagogues. Yeah, so if you read in the notary deeds like how these houses look like, to me it's not that different from like the Portuguese. And so there is already quite an established class in some families. Of course, you know the Gompertz family, but there are several other families that are very well connected, and you can see as well these are translocal families with family members in Frankfurt, in Prague, in the Alsace, and so extensive business networks that are quite successful as well. And more, like the more wealthy family members move to Amsterdam because Amsterdam is this economic center. It's the financial center. And so there is definitely a class of people of Ashkenazim here that is really doing well.
I will take the opportunity to ask the last question myself, unless provided you have an answer of maximum a couple of minutes. I saw that the first rabbi came from Prague. If I look at then later on, many of them were way more Western Ashkenazi. If you look at the title pages of many of the printed books, starting with Uri Feibisch, who of course went to Eastern Europe at the end of his career with his family. If you look at many of the prayer books, you will see that they are following Minhag Ashkenaz, Pauline, Bepihem.
Yeah.
So a lot of this Bohemian. Can you expand a little bit on the Bohemia takes in this intermediate role between the West and the East? Can you expand a little bit on the position or the context with the Bohemian rabbinate, which was actually not only quite important but also pretty wealthy?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. There were many contacts between. Frankfurt was a very important center for Amsterdam, but Prague was also a very important center. It's fascinating to see, like, if Amsterdam boys want to become rabbi, and so of course they get training in the Beit Midrash here with the local chief rabbi, but then they are sent to other rabbis and it's fascinating to reconstruct like the patterns of these boys because it gives you an idea of how like the familiarities were seen from the Amsterdam perspective, and then you see that as some are sent to the Alsace, some are sent to Frankfurt, but Prague is also one of the destinations for Amsterdam boys to go there and to get training, and then they return to Amsterdam and they take up rabbinic positions in Amsterdam. I didn't come across any Amsterdam boys sent more eastwards than Prague. So Prague is really the border of this religious. So you could say like it's the border of Western Ashkenaz, and Amsterdam is proudly Western Ashkenazi in that sense.
So I think this is a good starting point for the break because, and if you have eaten enough, you might actually go take a look at this great synagogue. And also see one of the paintings of Emmanuel de Witte that Theo referred to of the Portuguese synagogue on the first floor. I thank all of our speakers for this morning. I'm really sorry that I can't be there for the rest of the thing, but it's the way it is. Maybe our organizers can tell us when we want to reconvene. It's up to you. Do you want to start a little bit later? Do you want to start the same time and be ready earlier?
We start 2 o'clock.
Okay. You will all start 2 o'clock and we can.
Ja, dat blijft een soort universiteitsstatus. Ja, die vaders.
That is too official.
Maar dat is een, ik denk dat als je investering is in mensen, dat was ook gewoon voor hem een strategie van, ja wacht even, wij zijn de aanval, kom niet aan ons. Ja, je moet er echt willen, ja, dat is
Ja, nee, sorry. Dat is goed. Oké, bye bye.
Ben jij alles goed verder? Ja. Mooi. Ben je het veld? Nee, dat is exact. Ja, hij hield zelf ook. Hij hield zelf. En dat natuurlijk nadat hij die hele was hij ook was hij boos. Ja, zeker. Ja, zeker. Ja, hotel. Ja, later is
I'm sorry.
You're very impressive.
Ja, toch goed gedaan. Nee, de Frans, die Frans in Laat. Die vind ik interessant. Dat was gebeurd. Ja, ben jij erbij? Ja, en Bloemen erbij. Ja, zo vind ik het.
The University of Amsterdam, you have a Israel. You're actually over here. There is racism.
Dat is toch mooi verhaal. Ja.
Een soort van een hele lang kunt de voorwaarden voor en daar is die zoon een andere drukkers. Dat is de familie daar ook.
Ja, het blijft even, maar
Eigenlijk is het een beetje, is er licht gekomen.
Nou, laat het niet nodig was. Hij gaat pas op het moment dat er weer dat is eigenlijk dat is de reden. Dus die zijn kun je ook wel begrijpen. Hij zal waarschijnlijk pull-factoren opzamelen dan push-factoren. Want hij denkt, ik ga drukken waar de meeste die ook komen. Dicht bij het afzetmarkt. Dus dat was best wel slim. Alleen de kwaliteit van het papier was niet wel slecht. De kwaliteit van de inkt was niet wel slecht. Je ziet het ook, het was gewoon niet zo goed. Ja,
ik dacht dat zijn zoon al eerder naar Polen was voor de handel. Dat hij dus hier drukken, dus hier is het zo kunnen. En dat hij daar.
Ja, natuurlijk al vroeger daaraan afzetten, natuurlijk zeker. Maar je kan wel weten dat het dichter bij de druk was op het moment dat het weer mag. Ik bedoel, heel lang mocht dat dus.
Ik zit niet dat het mocht, want ik dacht er was namelijk een bezwaar tegen de komst door de drukkers.
Ja,
dat weet ik niet precies.
Ja, misschien denken ze de christelijke drukkers, denk ik, die dan denken van, ja, wij willen ook over de Joodse nadrukken. En die ook de Joodse concurrentie.
Ja, maar dit is zo, die waren voor de.
Ja, had je die? Ja. Ja, Yeah. No.
Test, test. Test, test, test. On low.
Goed, gaan we opruimen. Oh, dat past wel mee. Nou, hartstikke goed. Oké,
Okay, one more thing left. Wat staan we met dit? Er wordt allerlei twee vragen, dus dan meer. Dus ik kwam net weg. Ja. Maar deze die heb ik in bed. Die wachtmiddel
Valt die uitwisseling geschreven.
Sorry? Heb je ook uit?
Maar dat betekent dan doen ze de closure en toetsvoering ook weer. Dan moet je een soort afstand hebben.
Ja, maar dat is dat bij in activiteit? Ja, dat is gewoon ja. En het heb ik ook ooit eens gevraagd, en heb ik ook nog een keer gedaan, maar dat is waarschijnlijk dat we dan kijk, dat is niet gedaan.
Nee, ik moet om 4 minuten. Dus jij weet
Is
hoe
het beste zo af en toe,
ja. Nee, jij weet hoe het was.
Nee, jij moet uitdrukken.
Ja.
Ja. Nee, dat is even mij door. Dat zo, hè?
Ja, dat
Ja, wel. Ja, weet je, dan mensen weer nou, ja, ja. Want dat is niet geweest, maar helemaal niet. Maar soms als je natuurlijk als iemand gaat, is ja, maar ze doen ook wel
Nee, dat is altijd van een installation van ja, opgaan van ja, maar niet.
Ja.
Oh, ja, dus 2 minuten.
Nou, we hebben het nog van gefactureerd genomen, maar het wordt niet eens wel. Ja, maar ik kan precies niets doen, ik heb geen automatische vertaling. Dus om voor de gewoon dan vertalen. Dan ga ik nog, ik ben in hetzelfde als waar ik vast mee heb. Ik heb helemaal vertaald, doe dat even. Ik heb geen sanctie of zo. Misschien kan ik weten, maar nu doen we daar wel weer staan om dat nog te doen. Ik ben niet zo red van is oké. En dan? Nee, we hebben een bepaalde soort.
Ja.
Nee, ja, ze hebben al een medewerking. Ja. Zie je grote. Is it open? Is it chosen? Is it open to the public? Yeah. But just a coincidence that I'm very serious study. Come in and be like around the wall. That's bad. You need to come back after that. Someone just there said it was for members only. It's true. So, we're just very interested in money. Yeah, it's just for the sustainability. The first declaration. They want, we have to come from.
Hartstikke cool hier, toch?
Ja,
heerlijk. Zo.
Wel druk met alles verzorgen.
Best wel. Het is toch weer een maatje groter dan ik dacht.
Ja.
Eén dag of een middag, dat is met een kop en een staart. En dit is vooral losse eindjes uit doordenken. En daar heb ik een paar even, die koffie vanmorgen.
Even doordoen, hè?
Ze dachten 10 uur en ik dacht 9 uur. Dat is, nou ja, alles kan alleen nog maar makkelijker gaan daarna.
Ja.
En verder
De kaartjes, moeten die houden tot morgen?
Ik zal ja, weer meenemen. Goeie vraag. Ja, nee, het is makkelijker voor de beveiliging ook om mensen door te laten. Maar hoe vindt u het tot nu toe?
Prima.
Ja? Ja, ik vond het ook interessant, vooral Bart, maar die heeft ook een manier van capturing
dus
the audience. Ja.
De eerste ging een beetje snel.
Ja, dat viel mij ook op.
En het is nauwelijks te volgen.
Ja, hij had de minste presentatietechniek. Ik vond Sina ook helder en interessant en ze is heel wijs en Bart. En ik ben ook wel benieuwd naar Nederland zo meteen.
Dat heb ik ook vaker gedaan. Dus,
ja, dat is ook wel een grote, dus ik hoop dat het interessant wordt.
Nou,
ik had dus inderdaad helemaal verkeerd die dingen al klaargezet, dus ik probeer zo'n beetje van de stoelen weer terug te halen.
Ja, maar het is wel goed, inderdaad, standaard, alles goed voor de reservering. Want ik ga altijd graag vooraan zitten.
Nou, dit ging even mis. Ik had het idee dat alle sprekers vooraan zouden gaan zitten. Je mag alsnog vooraan zitten.
Nee, dat gaat niet om, maar ik kijk altijd of er iets ligt niet graag vooraan zitten.
Ja, nee, dat ging dit keer eventjes in de haast niet goed gecommuniceerd. Maar ga gerust vooraan zitten.
Ja, ik zie het goed.
Ja, oké. Dat gaat spreken.
Ja.
Dat is wel...
En kun je het goed zien ook.
Ja.
Dat ook mee.
Ja, ik geloof dat elke spreker heeft wel een presentatie. Vandaag en morgen. Morgen met één persoon geloof ik niet. Oh nee, de laatste vandaag ook niet.
Nee.
Ik ga eventjes dingen terughalen die ik heb uitgedeeld. Apart, maar dat is mijn mening. Morgen weer opnieuw. Dus even nog weg. Maar leuk dat u zo vaak naar onze bijeenkomsten komt. Ja, bekend gezicht, leuke trouwe bezoeker.
Ja. Maar het is wel leuk dat je op verschillende dingen af en toe komt, hè? Dat je dus ook iets ziet van anderen.
Die alle onderwerpen wil je?
Nee, maar ook andere gebouwen. Je ziet
Oké,
dezelfde.
klopt. Nee, we zitten hier niet zo vaak. Maar nu dat u graag bij me is het wel fijn. Dat we deze hebben gekozen.
Ja hoor.
Ja, in het aansluiting kunnen komen. En we willen wel eens in de Uilenburg doen.
Zo komt het.
Ja, de Uilenburg ook wel een hele leuke locatie.
Ja, is
dat Instituut. Ja. Dus ik ga even mijn dingen doen.
Ja, straks. Nou, succes.
Ja, dank je. Even kijken.
Nee. Ja. Ik heb zeker een pen. Maar ik heb gemaakt dat is mijn clubstap. Je zit in zo'n kluisje. Daar kan ik zo bij komen.
Ja, oké. Ik denk dat het niet betekent dat het van het systeem is en waarom heeft hij niet meer voor de Nederlandse
Getting emotional. Ja, ik denk, volgens mij ben ik zo. Ja, ja.
Well, now we have Miriam's map, her new demography of who's living where in Glenburg. It's in the Rembrandt to Jewish Heights book that Derek Forces published. Especially on the island. Yeah, she's got
Okay. That's no problem.
I helped him promote the French and someday adapted my identity as Montreal. Will you read it?
Yes.
Also, actually, we're
And another one. So that's right.
Hey, that's
But one thing I Jewish it's a bunch of universities, Eastern University.
I would think because what I'm.
Nou ja, ik had gezegd, die tweede lezing is online.
Ja,
Je kan wel even de tweede.
Ja. Goed, hebben we nu Steven en daarna sowieso nog steeds.
Oh ja, dat is mooi.
So, I hope you enjoyed your lunch and the break. And it's a positive thing to see that you're all back. And that's for a good reason, since no one less than Steven Nedler is going to give the next paper. He is the auctor intellectualis of this gathering over here. He came to David and myself and said, like, wouldn't it be a great idea to bring everyone together who's working on the Amsterdam rabbis? And here we are, having this really nice conference. And he's going to speak on, of course, Menashe ben Israel. He wrote a great book on Menashe ben Israel, and now he's going to speak about Menashe ben Israel and Maimonides of human freedom. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me say by way of introduction that though some of my best friends are historians, I'm not. So I'm going to focus on a philosophical topic, but one that I think bears some relevance to both to the rabbinic topics we're talking about today and to the history. In 1634, make sure I get the time right. In 1634, Johann van Beverwijk, a Dordrecht physician, had canvassed a number of leading intellectuals for their opinions on the following question: can a human being influence the duration of his or her life? Beverwijk was concerned that medicine and other practices that contribute to good health would be pointless if the time of a person's death was unalterably fixed by God. He wrote to Caspar Barlaeus, Simon Episcopius, Gerardus Vossius, Marin Mersenne, a French Catholic priest who's also a good friend of Descartes, and others. And he published the responses he received in a book, Epistolica Quaestio de Vitae Termino Fatali an Mobile, that is, epistolic questions on the term of life, fated or modifiable. The topic, as Beverwijk knew, had significant ramifications for a number of hotly contested theological issues that had acquired a particular urgency in the tumultuous religious world of the Dutch Republic. For the Orthodox followers of Calvin, one's fate, that is both the length of one's life and one's eternal condition, is determined irrevocably by God. While there is a sense in which post-lapsarian human beings enjoy free will, they are able to do what they will, they are able to will what they desire, and so act voluntarily. They do not have any liberty to desire, and thus to will and act otherwise than as they do. And they certainly do not have the power to alter the course and length of their lives and their ultimate eternal fate. An individual is predestined to either eternal felicity or eternal damnation. It all depends on whether one has been granted the free and unmotivated and unearned gift of efficacious divine grace. While Beverwijk had collected a variety of Protestant and Catholic opinions on his volume, he realized that a certain perspective was missing. Thus, while preparing an expanded third edition of the book, he wrote in December of 1638 to Manasseh ben Israel, one of the rabbis of the Portuguese Jewish community of Amsterdam. And because of Manasseh's literary outreach to the scholarly Gentile world, he was arguably the most famous Jew in Europe. And Beverwijk wanted to find out, quote, what is the opinion of the rabbis and the Kabbalists? Rather than give Beverwijk something for the next edition of his book, however, Manasseh opted to compose his own treatise on the subject, De Termino Vitae, on the term of life. Manasseh argued that a person's life, by the natural and divine order, has a certain and definite term. It is set by a number of factors, astrological, according to how the stars and the heavens influence a person's actions, physical, since the proper proportion and harmony of the elements composing the human body are essential for the continuation of life, and divine, insofar as God has determined that human lives in different historical eras should be of different lengths. At the same time, Manasseh, citing Maimonides, whom he refers to as Moses Aegyptius, along with a plethora of ancient and medieval sources, including the Bible, the Talmud, and philosophers like Plato and Aristotle, Manasseh rejects the idea that these factors, the astrological, divine, and physical factors, he rejects the idea that they precisely and unalterably fix the term of one's life. Any person has the power to increase or decrease the duration of his or her life through the exercise of virtue. Life, Manasseh says, may be shortened by sin, and on the other hand, it can be prolonged by virtue. He argues that through good diet, staying away from too many sweets, and spiritual exercises, such as the study of Torah, one can escape a death that might otherwise have occurred through the vicissitudes of fortune and the law-like course of nature. If this were not the case, if we couldn't alter the length of our life, then prayer, caution, and medical intervention would all necessarily be useless. Even the influence that the cosmos has on a person's fate can be transcended by right living. By meditating upon and observing God's commandments, as well as caring for one's body, one can take advantage of divine providence to prolong one's life. This is because God will come to the aid of the pious and give them the means to lead longer lives than they might otherwise lead. Once a person willingly and freely embarks on a virtuous course of action, then God will lend assistance and support by, quote, disposing all things wisely without any impediment to our free will. So everything will be in one's favor. God will arrange external circumstances in such a way that they will provide more opportunities for free virtuous action and allow for the results that the pious individual and God desires. Thus, the, quote, Jewish answer to Beverwijk's question, at least according to Manasseh, is that there is no predestination. Human beings are endowed with free will, and the proper exercise of that freedom can alter the length of their lives and their ultimate fate. Why else would God issue commands that we are expected to follow if it were not within our power to obey or not obey them as we choose? Again, citing Maimonides, Manasseh provides an argument from reason that human beings have free will. This is a quote from the Terminal Vitae. Why are there laws? Why are there affirmative and negative precepts? Do these not sufficiently indicate that there is freedom for man? It would be unjust for God to punish men for a deed to which they were predestined and which they were not able not to do from the power of divine force, of divine decree. So either God is unjust or a person is free to obtain life through virtue or through vicious actions to bring ruin upon his head. Manasseh, of course, does not deny that there is divine providence governing the cosmos. Far from the world being, quote, poorly and carelessly managed, Manasseh says that God has a plan and that God does indeed arrange things so that they necessarily and inevitably happen to fulfill that plan. However, that management does not extend to God actually causing or determining human beings to will this or do that. Rather, and here Manasseh employs a strategy not unlike the 16th century Spanish Jesuit Luis de Molina's doctrine of middle knowledge, God knows the appetites and inclinations of individuals and how those individuals will typically act in such and such circumstances. So God knows that David Wertheim, when put in front of a chocolate cake, he's going to eat it because God, not because God has caused it to happen or predetermined it, but because God knows enough about David so that God knows exactly what David will do. And then God puts the chocolate cake in front of David. Borrowing language from early modern discussions, philosophical discussions of causation, Manasseh says that God's arrangement of circumstances gives us occasion to act freely according to our appetites, such that things will turn out as God foresees and wants them to do. God, King of heaven and earth, disposes all things wisely, without any impediment to our free wills, so that he achieves his end. God did not directly harden Pharaoh's heart against the departure of the Hebrews from Egypt. Rather, knowing Pharaoh's character and proclivities, God so contrived things that the Egyptian monarch would naturally resist Moses' entreaties and not be persuaded by the prophet's miracles. Knowing what Pharaoh would do in such and such circumstances, God creates the conditions for Pharaoh to freely choose to do it and therefore complete the providential plan. What those divine ends are, however, and how things are disposed so that those ends will infallibly be achieved, all of that's kept hidden from us. That way, there will, he says, be a place for free will in our actions, lest we be overcome by fatalism and fall into despair and give up trying to act well. So it's important that we're ignorant of the plan. What free will apparently consists in for Manasseh, then, is what is now called the freedom of alternative possibilities, or libertarian freedom. A person's volition or choice is free if and only if, under exactly the same circumstances, he or she could have willed or chosen otherwise than as they did, even if it is unlikely that they would do so. That's a libertarian conception of freedom. All things being the same, you ordered vanilla ice cream, but you could just as well have ordered chocolate ice cream. Freedom on this view is incompatible with any kind of infallible determination of the will, whether that determination comes from God, from external natural circumstances, in which case it's constraint, or even from internal causes like desires or passions. An agent acts freely if and only if they could have done otherwise, So even if David's choice for the chocolate cake is in some way led by his desire for chocolate, he has to have been free to have done otherwise, even given those deep desires. Manasseh is, of course, explicitly and not without some trepidation, rejecting the doctrine of divine predestination so dear to the Calvinists of the Dutch Reformed Church. He does claim that nothing he says on this question, quote, contradicts the Christian religion. And he insists that, quote, most Christian scholars did not hold an opinion that is different from most of the rabbis. Here's another instance where Manasseh is kind of massaging the truth a little bit. Still, he must have known that he was, in an important way, siding with the Arminians or Remonstrants against their Orthodox opponents, the Gomarians or Counter-Remonstrants. Although the only extant version of De Termino Vitae is in Latin, Manasseh would most likely have written the work in Spanish, and he warns Beverwijk that a Latin translation brings some risks. If someone without my knowledge translates me into Latin, I cannot fault him, if it is even a fault. But if I am the instigator of the translation, it will be said that I am disturbing the Republic. This is very similar to the lesson that Spinoza had when he learned there was a Dutch translation of the ethics circulating, and he did not want this Dutch translation to get into the wrong hands, which was pretty much everybody's hands at that point. It was not just the counter-remonstrants that Manasseh needed to worry about. The publication of De Termino Vitae could not have helped the rabbis standing within the Amsterdam Sephardic community. He was now not just the rabbi of one congregation among several, as was the situation before the union into Talmud Torah in 1639, but one of 4 rabbis representing the united community. The lay members of the Ma'amad, or board of directors, as well as the other rabbis, must have received his venture into Calvinist theological terrain with some anxiety. Jewish thinkers, like their Christian and Muslim colleagues, long struggled to reconcile astral or natural determination with free will. In the Jewish camp, the rabbis and philosophers generally agreed that the stars and planets are not without their effects on bodies and minds in this world. But with a few exceptions, they did not think that such influence ruled out the human capacity for making free and uncoerced decisions. Freedom from such external constraint was the only way to preserve moral responsibility and divine justice. Manasseh fully concurs with this philosophical position, and indeed his view of free will is for the most part entirely consistent with that of Maimonides, although the latter, Maimonides, offers a more complicated account of the motivational situation. So let me take a brief detour here into Maimonides' views on free will. Much of the Maimonidean cosmos is absolutely determined. The rotational motions of the heavenly spheres and the directions overflowing from God down through the separate intellects play a causal role in the constitution of natural things and their ordinary behaviors. All of inanimate nature, for Maimonides, is governed by deterministic laws. Even the bodies of human beings, like all physical objects, are subject to the forces that derive both from the motions of the spheres and the natural tendencies of the elements. But what about the human mind? The deliberations that we undertake, the decisions and choices we make, the volitions on which we act, are these too subject to the deterministic forces that govern most of the cosmos? Or on the other hand, do they escape that causal network and remain undetermined in such a way that they did not have to occur the way they did and could have been otherwise? There is a strong libertarian strain in Maimonides' thinking on free will, and especially in his halakhic writings. In the Mishnah Torah, he states boldly that free will is granted, this is the quote here, granted to all men
If one desires to turn himself to the path of good and be righteous, the choice is his. Should he desire to turn to the path of evil and be wicked, the choice is his. He adds that only a fool believes that at the time of a man's creation, God decrees whether he will be righteous or wicked. There is no one who compels him, sentences him, or leads him towards either of these two paths. Rather, he on his own initiative and decision tends to the path he chooses. Similarly, in his commentary on the Mishnah, in the 8 chapters that introduce his commentary on the Tractate Avot, we read that man's conduct is entirely in his own hands. No compulsion is exerted upon man, and no external influence is brought to bear that would constrain him to be either virtuous or vicious. Man has full sway over all of his actions. If he wishes to do a thing, he does it. If he does not wish to do it, he need not, without any external compulsion control him. It's interesting that he ignores the classic problem of somebody who knows what the right thing to do is, wants to do the right thing, but fails to do it, what's called weakness of will. Smokers know that they shouldn't be smoking, but they smoke anyway. David knows that he shouldn't have that third piece of chocolate cake, and yet he can't help himself. We have, Maimonides insists, freedom of choice. All of a person's actions are subject to his free will and undoubtedly comply with or transgress God's commands, for the commands and prohibitions of the law refer only to those actions which man has absolute free choice to perform or not to perform. When we choose to do or forbear from doing something, quote, there is no outside influence or restraint. By and of himself, man can distinguish between good and evil and do that which he pleases with absolutely no restraint. It is an essential characteristic of man's makeup that he should of his own free will act morally or immorally, doing just as he chooses. For Maimonides, then, divine omnipotence does not interfere with human freedom of choice. There is no predestination in human affairs, and our actions, he says, are not governed by the will and desire of God. Notice that in all the passages we just looked at, what Maimonides' conception of freedom rules out is external compulsion and outside influence or restraint. And what is especially excluded is God determining an individual to do this or that. But left unsaid is whether freedom is compatible with there being any internal factors that compel, determine, or restrain the will. Even if a person is free to do something if they wish to do it, as the passages that we've looked at indicate, the real question is whether the wish to do it, the willing to do it, that is the volition itself, is also free and undetermined. That the answer to this question is no is suggested by Maimonides' description of a person's character as made up of what he calls moral dispositions, which incline the person toward one kind of behavior or another. He says one man is choleric, always irascible, and another sedate, never angry. One is a sensualist whose lusts are never sufficiently gratified. Another is so pure in soul that he does not even long for the few things. I said tings, but tings works, I think. For the tinglings that our physical nature needs. Virtues and vices, he says, are psychic conditions and dispositions which lead to conduct. If a person is of a miserly character, he will act in miserly ways and be stingy with his charity. Is there a determinism at work here? One that operates from within the agent as opposed to external causes? As Maimonides notes in the Guide of the Perplexed, when discussing the different ways in which people transgress the law, he says, some do it on account of their evil character. Now, there are two possible ways of mitigating or of preserving a more libertarian reading of Maimonides. On the one hand, it could be that those moral dispositions of character, maybe they incline us without necessitating us.
perhaps they make it very likely, even practically inevitable, that a person will act in such and such a way under certain circumstances, yet without completely foreclosing the possibility of the person choosing otherwise and acting contrary to their character under the same circumstances. On the other hand, even if we allow that a person's character makes it absolutely certain and unavoidable that they will act in a particular way, it's clear from Maimonides' discussion of character and moral training that there's a sense in which our character is up to us, and we are free, in a libertarian sense, to become this or that kind of person. Whether or not a person has a virtuous character is something for which she is responsible. If you are of an immoral disposition, it's because you have freely chosen not to undertake the training and habituation that are necessary to become virtuous. If on any given occasion you sin freely, even though you are the kind of person naturally given to sin, and so you cannot not sin. But that's because you have chosen to be that kind of person by not choosing to become a better person. This emphasis on the determining influence of character upon particular acts of volition may seem to be something common to Maimonides and Manasseh. Recall that on Manasseh's account, God is able to carry out his providential plan while leaving human freedom intact by taking advantage of what he knows about human inclinations and appetites, which presumably constitute a person's character. This knowledge allows God to put people in situations where the outcome of their choices will be precisely what God foresees and wants. At the same time, it all depends on just how strongly character determines choice and action in their respective accounts. As we have seen, there are two ways of reading Maimonides on this, depending upon whether a person's character leaves them capable of acting contrary to that character. And for Manasseh, this seems to be the crucial point. In one of his other works from around the same period, De la Fragilitate Humana, that is, on human fragility or the inclination of man to sin, from 1642, which also appeared a year later in Latin. Manasseh, while rejecting the Christian doctrine of inherited original sin, allows that the human being is, by his nature, inclined to vice. Manasseh follows the rabbinic tradition according to which every individual is endowed from birth with two basic urges, Yetzer HaTov, or the inclination toward good, and Yetzer Hara, the inclination toward evil. In the Garden of Eden, Adam originally had perfect control through reason over all of his passions and urges, and he always and naturally chose what was good. But after Adam's sin, the human power over the evil inclination was weakened. The rational side of human nature was no longer able to resist the desires generated by the baser urge. This is what Manasseh calls the fragility of human nature. There never has been and never will be a person so just, so on their guard, so chaste and so humble that they have never committed a sin, even if the sin has been done by accident, by ignorance, or even just in thought. However, this does not mean that any person is determined or destined to sin, whether by outside forces or even by internal causes. A person's internal inclinations and appetites do not make it necessary that he sins. Rather, human nature, corrupted by the matter in which it is embedded, is weak, and so a person will be led to sin, albeit through their own free choice. The will is inclined, but not constrained, to a vicious action by the evil urge and its concupiscent desires, an urge that can nonetheless be resisted. It's thus not clear how far apart Manasseh and Maimonides are on the relationship between character and volition. Be that as it may, both thinkers want to preserve human freedom of will in a substantive way. Were our volitions compelled by causes, whether by divine management or other external circumstances, or even by internal factors over which we have no control, we could not be held morally responsible for our actions. But if we're not morally responsible for what we do, then God could reasonably be accused of acting futilely and unjustly. Futilely because there would be no point in commanding us to do certain things and not do other things if our doing of them or not doing them is not up to us. And unjustly because God is supposed to reward us for our virtue and punish us for our sins, but it would be wrong to hold us responsible for our actions, over which we have no control. As Maimonides puts it, were a man compelled to act according to the dictates of predestination, then the commands and prohibitions of the law would become null and void, and the law would be completely false, since man would have no freedom in what he does. Reward and punishment would be pure injustice, both as regards man towards man and between man and God. Let me just add before concluding, and I won't go into this in any detail today, that Manasseh and Maimonides also recognize that God's omnipotence is not the only potential threat to free will. There's also divine omniscience. The all-knowing God knows from eternity with absolute certainty what will happen to any of his creatures and what they will do. This applies as much to acts of human willing as to inanimate events in the physical world. But if God knows eternally and infallibly what a person will choose to do, and God knows this in a way that we can specify as being well before she chooses to do it, in what sense could she have chosen otherwise? Does not God's infallible knowledge, foreknowledge, render her choice absolutely necessary for all time? The difficulty is not that God's knowledge that a free choice will occur causes the event to happen. Rather, it is that God's knowledge implies that the event cannot fail to happen, since an omniscient God's beliefs cannot possibly be false. This is a classic problem in philosophical theology, one that both Manasseh and Maimonides feel compelled to address in ways that I'll address in a longer version of this paper that will hopefully get published in the Suya. To conclude then, let me return to the point from which we started, the invitation from Beverwijk to Manasseh to contribute to his book on human freedom. This is, I think, something it would be good for us to talk about in the time remaining for discussion. Though Manasseh did not end up giving something to Beverwijk, his forays into the question of human freedom in published essays could not have pleased the leaders of the Amsterdam Portuguese community. The two members of Talmud Torah delegated to review Manasseh's book on human fragility, and who gave it their approval at the end of May 1642. This would be Daniel de Caceres and Aaron Safarti. They were friends of his, and they were certainly impressed by what they read. One can easily imagine, though, that the members of the Ma'amad themselves were not so happy to see Manasseh in that work on human fragility and in De Termino Vitae, confronting Orthodox Reformed theology in such a direct way. While the city of Amsterdam, when it allowed the Jews to settle in the city at the beginning of the century, did lay down a number of regulations for the Jewish community to observe, including a prohibition against engaging in theological discussions with Christians, there was no direct proscription against holding views that were inconsistent with Calvinist theology. Moreover, the Gentile scholars and the preachers must have all been aware that the Jews rejected the strong predestination at the heart of that theology. But what matters immediately for my purposes is not so much what the Dutch would have thought, but what the rabbis and lay leaders of the Portuguese communities must have thought about someone who was arguably their most prominent member taking on such a contentious issue. Given what seems to be their sense of insecurity throughout this century about how they were perceived by their Dutch hosts, this may have looked like yet another instance of their difficult rabbi coming close to crossing the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. We have ample time for questions. You have free will to ask any question you want. Yes.
Thank you, Steve. I have a very basic question comparing Maimonides and Manasseh. Maimonides' predestination is, which he argues, is the Muslim one. And Manasseh's predestination is the Calvinist one. How does this different adversary is reflected in the different replies of the truth?
That's a great question. And in fact, I think you're probably better prepared since the work you've done on the rhetoric of Manasseh's writings, especially Latin writings directed to Christian audiences. Maimonides' attention to the sources he's arguing against, it's hard to gauge because those sources are so internal to at least the philosophical writings that got him perplexed. And he is in many respects writing as an Arabic thinker, not so much as a Hebraic thinker. And I don't think that he has the kind of polemical attitude toward that view that Manasseh has toward the Christian view. But what do you think?
To be honest, I mean, I have my ideas about Manasseh, but I don't know. I'm always struggling with Maimonides in the sense that there are different things in Maimonides that I would more fit into Christian context than into a Muslim. I mean, the Ikarim themselves. Why would somebody need to define belief, a system of belief in a Muslim world that is somewhere in between? So I'm always struggling with why does Maimonides do what he does, given that he is in a Muslim context? And this is this part to my question that I wanted to ask. I don't have an answer.
I'm not sure I do either, but I think there are at least three Maimonides. There's the Maimonides of the halakhic writings, writing for one audience. Then there's the Maimonides of the philosophical writing, not just the guide, but perhaps other essays as well. But then there's the Maimonides within the philosophical writings, because the philosophical writings have both. I'm generally not a fan of Leo Strauss. I think this notion between exoteric and esoteric writings doesn't make sense, especially with Spinoza. I mean, if Spinoza had an esoteric writing, the exoteric writing is so amazingly bold. You think, oh my God, what's the esoteric writing here? What's the hidden message? But I think Maimonides explicitly tells us that he's hiding, or at least covering up certain of his views. So I think your question becomes especially difficult with Maimonides. But then again, Maimonides is much more integrated into an Arabic and Muslim context than Manasseh is into Christian, despite all of Manasseh's learning about Christian philosophical and theological literature.
You quoted Manasseh in a letter to Beverwijk, and where he says, "But if I am the instigator of the translation, it will be said that I am disturbing the Republic." Who is it will be said? Is this his own board of governors, the Mahamat? That he is afraid to.
That's a good question too. I mean, you think maybe the Republic here is standing in for the Jewish community. I think on the face of it, it looks like he's afraid of bringing Dutch opprobrium down on Jews who are discussing contrary to Calvinist theology. That's how I take it at the most obvious level. But it could be that the disturbances that are of greater concern to him are disturbances within the Jewish community that will be raised. I mean, he's already, at this point, he's already a man of great trouble to the community, and probably realizes that his salary and his position are on the line here.
Others? Yeah, El.
Can you speak up, please?
My question is really fully formed, but I guess I'm curious if there is any distinguishing between free choice and free will, because the line about Pharaoh heart, or God hardening Pharaoh's heart, has always been really interesting to me, and I just wonder, can they really fully define it as free will if there is a, yeah, I know you're not going into the large divine omniscience, but if God knows the outcome, and if there is a certain, if everyone has certain inclinations, everyone has a certain, their soul starts off with a certain predisposition. Do they kind of talk about the difference at all, Manasseh or Maimonides?
The difference between?
Free choice and free will.
No, well, I'm using those two phrases synonymously.
Okay.
I thought you were more concerned with the use of the word free there.
Well, I mean, I am curious about how they define freedom.
Right.
I suppose.
So you don't have to believe in free will to believe in willing. And you don't have to believe in free choice to believe in making choices. And then the question is, well, what do you mean by free? And there are generally many schools of philosophical thought in this, but the one position I described, the libertarian one, says that if you could not have done otherwise, then it wasn't free. You still made a choice. But if it was determined either by internal or external factors, it wasn't a free choice. But the other school of thought, which I didn't really discuss, they argue that your choices are free, your volitions or your willings are free, even if they could not have been otherwise, if the determinism comes from within. So let's say, let's go back to David since he's my example of the day. Let's say, given David's nature, he had to choose the cake and could not have done otherwise. But notice that what led David to make that choice was not any threat from me. Nobody put a gun to his head. What made him make the choice was something about David, something about his character. I think this is Spinoza's conception of freedom. A choice or volition is free if it's autonomous, that is, if it comes from within the agent, him or herself. And the reason why they adopt this position is because they think that our choices and our willings have to be ours. They have to come from us. And if I chose chocolate but could just have chosen vanilla, then it's random. It's nothing about me. It doesn't express who I am. So it depends not just what you mean by choice, but also what you mean by free. And then how do you relate volitions to intentions, intentions to motivations, which go deeper? So David chose chocolate cake. And let's say he did so intentionally. So he had an intention to choose a chocolate cake. But once he's made the choice, the intention's done, it's finished. But maybe he has this deep motivation to always go for chocolate. That motivation is there even after this instance of choosing. And then we want to know, well, where does that motivation come from? His character. He's got that chocolate character, which will always give him motivation to go for chocolate. So it's all these different levels. So it depends what you mean by choice and which level you're looking at. Sorry, that was a long-winded answer to your question.
Betsy.
You mentioned Spinoza, and I wondered how much influence did Manasseh have on Spinoza's thinking?
I'm glad you asked that. None. Despite the fact that you will always read, okay, not none. He was his Hebrew teacher. If Manasseh was ever Spinoza's teacher, as far as I can tell, he was only his teacher in the elementary grades of the school, so he taught him Hebrew and some Torah. But this notion, Spinoza rejects completely free will. And so they would have been worlds apart on this topic. Spinoza also explicitly makes fun of those who try to reconcile passages of the Bible that seem inconsistent. Well, that was exactly one of Manasseh's most important lifetime projects. So I think the influence of Manasseh on Spinoza has been greatly exaggerated. But especially on this topic, Spinoza would have looked at his views on free will as just another instance of superstitious bad thinking.
So, going back to the other questions about the free will and free choice. What you mentioned is that if you might just as well have chosen the vanilla and the chocolate cake, then there's no real choice. There's a Hasidic notion, which is the exact opposite. That real choice only exists when there is no inclination of one towards the other, which is turning around the table. It's not really a question, just.
No, and I think that's exactly the position that both Maimonides and Manasseh reject. They're not going so far as to say that it can be fully determined by your character, and only then is it a free choice. But I don't think they're willing to recognize that there are no influences whatsoever on our choices. To them, but of course, there's this great deal of variety in rabbinic. Free will is not negotiable in the rabbinic tradition, but within that spectrum, you would go from the extreme view that you described to the more deterministic view that I find in Maimonides.
This idea isn't really about the person's free choices, it's about God, the chosen people. That the real, this idea of chosen people is not because of our merits, but just because God chose us. But I don't know how that applies about the person's view. Sorry?
Right, it's a Calvinist view.
Oh.
It was just purely unmotivated.
That's funny.
But this is, I think, one of the interesting debates in the 17th century, both among theologians like Manasseh and others. Whenever God makes a choice, is God a rational agent who always makes choices for reasons, even if those reasons don't absolutely determine God? Or are God's choices absolutely indifferent? What's your picture of God? Is God a rational agent like we are, who makes choices on the basis of moral principles? Or does God create moral principles by these arbitrary choices?
I think that's an important remark to close with, and to discuss over tea, since we have a tea break for 15 minutes, and then we return here for 2 more lectures. Thank you.
I couldn't help but think about dessert last night.
I want chocolate cake with my.
You took it last night. You took the chocolate one.
What you forgot is that the quality of the cake.
That's true. It's deterministic.
I think you're wrong about Nelson influencing Spinoza. I think he had a great influence in a negative direction.
Okay, well said.
I'm sure they, I mean, he couldn't avoid doing it. He was from the family. He was heard this stuff.
Yeah, that would have been a better answer.
But about free will, I think it's Sonia who said that punishment that's what's infinite, because if not, the person could say, God, I would have avoided this sin if you only threatened me with a greater punishment. So that consequence is part of this, like, be your free will.
I read Sadia as a bit more, even more deterministic than Maimonides.
I don't know on the whole, but I remember very starkly reading that I would have avoided it. Yes.
Organized
and then
That's why it's
I don't understand very well.
Just like this is part of medicine.
It's a nice break. Years ago, I was everybody knows that
when they introduce them, they say they would say that if you're ill and you're decided to die, then you don't need to tell the doctor. So just follow your fate and die.
like Christian Science.
Who would really say that in this exercise? Even not the most I don't know if anybody maybe but there is not everything is
Don't you have like a magic formula that you yeah, that's it.
Burden's ass. I'm gonna see this early.
Yeah,
Not early.
yeah, absolutely.
So the donkey comes to a fork in the road, a pile of big hair, there's a pile of big hair. It has no reason to go this way or that way. So it starts chocolate.
That's my but I think
Remember, I'm not a historian. There must be somebody in here who would.
Yeah. Because there were so many Christians in operations. Maybe.
Yes, but I think this is even too great for the most Orthodox. I don't believe that. I think this is a political construction. This is like.
Yeah, well, as a historian, I would be interested to see when this is changed, when people did something.
I mean, this is so interesting. There is a book, I don't remember this Dutch book, on Calvinists and the Black Death. Calvinists and the Black Death. And it's predestination and Black Death in the 17th century. So this is a wonderful topic. In terms of medicine and religion, how do they interfere, interact in general? And this is a wonderful topic, predestination and illness. And
there's also something when disasters occur, like predestination, give some kind of
I know that in the 18th century there's a discussion about smallpox and vaccination, vaccines. So when the very strong Calvinists, they opposed the vaccination because smallpox, because they say this is good.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is what we have had already last year.
But you think this is in the 20th century
No, I think there's a different nuances. I think vaccination is a different kind of process. This is like preventing that something happens. Like there is also a discussion, that's what I just told Steve. If Black Death comes into a city, there is a strong Calvinist discussion if you're supposed to leave or if you can stay. But another question is if you're ill, that's yeah. I think it's a different question because it's a question if you avoid. The other question is if you're ill, if you're supposed to. I think this is much stronger. I mean, I think it's a lighter version to say, are you supposed to leave a city where Black Death?
But there is something else, because you can take this disease with you for hours. Maybe that's part of it.
No, this is part of a predestination discussion. So are you supposed to flee from your faith?
Comes to you
Exactly.
with this disease, you have to accept it.
Exactly. So this is
virus.
yes, but the question is in regular treatment by a doctor. Is for me it's a different nuance. So I know what 17th century debates about Black Death, and I know what 18th century debates about vaccination against smallpox, all in the context of predestination. But I know of nobody who would seriously say, if you're ill, just die. I think this, I mean, of all the theologians that I've read, nobody would say that, even of the most radical. And this is, and I'm looking for the person who said, because I know it's very consequent, but still, I think
because like you are here with your blessed, you cannot help it to go to blessed or not blessed. With grace or don't have grace, there's nothing you can do about it.
It's very consequent, but I think it's too consequent.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Because people will always want
the doctor.
Yeah.
They might stay when Black Death comes to the city, but when they fall ill, they won't be affected.
Yeah, this is really, you have to find this.
But that's a good topic. All the religion and medicine. I mean, that would have fit into the
there's a studio here in Amsterdam, Daniel Alam. She is writing about it's not in the same field, it's about small yeah, she's now working on this. She wrote one article about this studio. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll check it out.
But it's of a later, it's not
Well,
but it's still really interesting. But I'm trying to recall what the problem was then. I think it was the same.
But it's a question.
How far above? Now it's of course such because you can talk about diseases to be cured, but medicine goes so far now that you can really play God. You can with gender. How far can you intervene in what God created in your body?
But Jewish community, at least the Jews that I've read, would always say it's a kind of interaction. There is a kind of providence, but human. It's like an acre. You have to.
They try to find some kind of compromise.
They need to.
Yeah.
So the real problem comes in the very
predestination.
predestination.
The predestination people and so
Yes, and of course the determinism and
yeah.
So they have the real problem.
Yeah. My voice gets all these knots in my head, but it's free will again. It's just motivation.
It's as if they haven't, it hasn't occurred to them. It is. This is very good. Personal. So, yes, but he's also, his special reaction that it has to be some really who's the greatest nation's person. Israel is that's sort of what there's yes, and you can what's funny about this particular one, that's cool that there's such a universe in general. Like the spider are just it's good that AJ is the person that began to introduce me Sephardic studies into the Jewish history curriculum, which the way things work now is that it wouldn't matter because there is no longer, if it's in the humanities, we're fighting conflict even policy level. I would have people who teach Jewish history surveys that stuff like that. And we made this case about the early modern period, which just disappears from view. Even in Jewish history courses, maybe the explosion comes from maybe to diversify Spinoza, Shabbatai Tzvi, and Antonin. That's the fiction. Paul is the key that's mentioned even so I made this case, as everything about the foundations of modern Yes, session is totally uninterested. Because the Sephardic studies is meaning it's like an right. 19th century. It's because here in the United States, the people who do these areas were trained by food. Still in two cases. They're interested in the 19th and 20th centuries and they're interested in yeah. I saw that when I was reading the ostrich farmers and that's I started for sure talking about doing senior stay away from that was in the days that I was really into screening picture myself teaching practice and right. Nowadays, Jewish studies and film. I teach a class. Jewish studies class that still gets it. And the only reason I tried it a few times, it didn't even work. I don't get enough students. Every there's a new team that comes to the United States. So now, these categories. So I was the first person in the history department to get race ethnicity and gender difference category. So the only reason I experience do you hear about the museums, which ones did you get in whatever it's called? The museum, I remember hearing something. And the scandal was that they had nothing. You had to do that was in my course. They're permanent residents. I think what happens is that there are so many Jews that I'm sure that was the reason. You teach a class of this. It was oh, completely. I mean, it's not something you can continue. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot there. I'm not that interested in this. My course in English history is starting off from theory discussion.
That's what I like teaching. Senior.
That's
Yeah. So then, like, I'm not going to pay you guys. I'm not doing it overnight. But that's if you've ever been up to the museum. Right. And Metalwood. We're trying to get Dylan. The reason is Dylan making Dylan until you have a white. Anything got done.
Wait, whatever happened, we felt like
Right, you know, it's like,
Als het niet zijn, en dan zet ik hem aan. Hoeveel kijkers hebben we eigenlijk?
Okay, friends. We like changes here. So after a few live lectures, we do an experiment. We do something else. We have a Zoom lecture, pre-recorded, by Professor Moises Orfali from Bar Ilan University, well known in the field of Sephardic history. His lecture actually will be on Abo Abdel Fonseca, the other rabbi, one of the other rabbis next to Menashe ben Israel. So we watch his lecture. There won't be a Q&A thereafter, but you will get his private email address, so you can fire your questions on him as much as you want, and I'm sure he will answer all of you. So let's give him the floor.
I don't think he will be there live to answer your questions, but he invited you to ask questions if you have, and then he will answer them in due time. And he very much wanted to be here, but because of personal reasons, he could not make it.
Leadership in time of crisis. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends, distinguished audience. At the beginning of my remarks, I would like to express my appreciation to all the organizers of this symposium, each one by his name, for doing everything to allow me to present to you the subject of my paper, A Rabbi Between Two Storms. Throughout the ages, the conduct of leaders in time of crisis has aroused interest together with speculation. Despite the centuries of debate on this issue, many questions remain open, drawing us in each historical period into a renewed discussion of leaders and leadership, each time from a fresh perspective. Responses to crisis continue to attract our attention and stir our appreciation of leadership skills. Considered from this perspective, a bit about leadership in time of crisis can be learned from Isaac Aboab da Fonseca, a rabbi of the Sephardic community in Amsterdam, 1626, 1639, 1655, 1693, living in an era of historical challenges, heading as a spiritual leader his communities during particularly menacing periods both in New and Old World. Aboab's lives and the challenges he faced can nonetheless be viewed in three stages. The first covers his upbringing in Amsterdam as a son of Portuguese crypto-Jews in 1612. Recognition of his intellectual and literary skills during his childhood opened the door to study with two of the period's prominent rabbis in Amsterdam, Isaac Uziel, originally from Fez, and one of the most sophisticated Kabbalistic of the 17th century, the religious philosopher and Kabbalist Abraham Cohen Gerer. Aboab was considered such a prodigy that he was appointed rabbi at Amsterdam's largest synagogue, Bet Israel, when only 21 years old. Although his duties for made living by teaching the Talmud of Youngers, delivering sermons and lectures, and participating in 4-member college of rabbis in collaboration with Saul Levi Monteira, David De Pardo, and Menashe Ben Israel, the last a rabbi of ecclesiastical positions and social status, at least with the declining financial fortunes of Amsterdam Portuguese community, with forced consolidation of its 3 separate congregations and the downsizing of staff, with the merger of the congregation in 1638-39, Aboab was receiving an insignificant salary of 450 florins. It was apparently one of the factors motivating his decision to accept the position of rabbi at Recife Tzur Israel in 1642. And that for supplement his income while still in Amsterdam, Aboab was now married and had a father and has a son, and took a work as proofreader in the Hebrew printing house established by Menashe Ben Israel in 1626. The second stage began with the Chacham of being the Chacham of Recife, an appointment that also Menashe ben Israel was looking for the same reason of improving his economic status and income. Not in vain, in an introduction to the Book of Kings, which was included in the second part of El Conciliador and appeared in 1641, he addressed greeting not only to the Jewish leaders, but also to other men of our nation and inhabitants of Recife. Apparently with the wishful thinking that they would support his candidacy. But his hopes were gone because a year before, spies of the Inquisition seems to have reported his intention to come to Recife, as it is reflected in a letter of citation by a victim of the Inquisition in Lisbon, mentioning Manuel Diaz Oero as an apostate who had previously lived in Lisbon and now was pretending to live in Pernambuco as a Jew. Despite Aboab winning the position, his path in Recife was not strewn of roses. In 9 of the 12 years he served in the New World as the community's Chacham and spiritual leader from 1642 to 1654, he was witness to the horrors of the war between the Dutch and the Portuguese, years in which the Jews, more than others, were in a desperate situation and a danger of actual physical annihilation. Nevertheless, Isaac Aboab remained there to lead and help his community until the very last moment, leaving Recife with 3 months after the successful rebellion waged by the Portuguese colonists that ended the Jewish community presence in Recife on 26 January 1654. The third stage, and for us the focal one, began with his return to Amsterdam in 1654, being appointed as Chacham and ultimately chief rabbi of Congregation Talmud Torah, formed by the Union in 1639 of Amsterdam's 3 Sephardic synagogues until his death on 5th March 1693 at the age of 88. At his reputation grew as a scholar, teacher, and religion leader, Aboab's thoughts on Sephardic spiritual impacted on his community and put stress in the integration with Western European society and culture. While his ruling on religious practices in Recife may have been framed by the need to harmonize religious devotion with the necessities of staying alive and earning one's living in a physically, politically, and economically torn environment, the same cannot be said of his pronouncements in Amsterdam. The spiritual, intellectual, and social reciprocities were blankly different. It is at this stage that the enigma of Aboab, the man joins the nature of the crisis he confronted. I therefore devote this lecture to show Aboab's involvement in 2 crucial challenges which threaten to undermine the internal solidarity of Amsterdam Jewish community, and now, despite the ideological and emotional tense that this defies cause, both his faithful decisions manifest a coherent view of the rabbinical leadership required to lead these congregations in period of crisis. The following questions arise naturally. How did his experience in Recife affect the positions he would later uphold and the decisions he would make once back in Amsterdam? Did his mystical yearnings of the redemption of the former converso soul continue to guide his spiritual, intellectual, and public endeavors? His participation in 2 of the crucial events marking the history of Amsterdam, Spanish and Portuguese community, provide inklings about the character of his leadership in times of disruption. He was involved in the excommunication of the radicalist philosopher Baruch Spinoza, consenting the ban proclamation on July 27, 1656, and later supporting the self-proclaimed Messiah, Shabtai Tzvi, in 1665, both cases threatening to disturb the communal solidarity. The Spinoza affair. The substance Spinoza's critics were rooted in a universal skepticism that questioned every religion and its institutional extensions, although he himself did not question religion per se. To do so would go counter to the revolutionary elements of his argument, which focus on the individual's rights to freedom of thought and expression in his community, as well as the necessary recognition of that right by the state. Spinoza's ideas, therefore, expressed two streams of thought that were by then integral to the Sephardic conceptual: Enlightenment rationalism and the skepticism that had begun to penetrate former New Christians through 1492. That is, the idea of freedom of thought implied a change in relations between the individual and the community, together with its institution and ipso facto religious authorities. This notion suggested in turn a revolutionary configuration of the individual as an autonomous entity. Going a step further, these ideas could be interpreted as painting former conversos as persons seeking recovery through rational thought. It must be said that when Aboab returned to Amsterdam from Recife in 1654, he was no longer received solely as a mature theological wunderkind, but as a proven leader under stress, an excellent orator, fruitful author, and poet. We might therefore consider it natural that he be returned to his office as one of the Talmud Torah congregation's two leading rabbis, a position he gained shared with Morteira until the latter's death in 1660, upon which Aboab was appointed chief rabbi. Our curiosity regarding the changes in Aboab's conception of leadership is stirred when we consider the fact that Aboab concurred with his previous opponent and contemporary rival on the subject of Spinoza communication in their common concern to retain Jewish identity and religious discipline. In 17th century Amsterdam, as communication was only one of a series of punishments entailing limitation of a person's participation in community life, and often a fine to be paid to the synagogue. It was imposed primarily for sins against the moral order. For example, adultery, insulting a public official, such as the case of David Messi, who insulted the Chacham Isaac Aboab, or acts threatening communal integrity, Francisco Lopez Cappadocia's refusal to undergo circumcision as a requirement for a membership in the Nassau, or traveling to the lands of idolatry, that is, to Spain and Portugal, and all those countries where Judaism was prohibited. Such visits implying living as Christians. The major instances when excommunication used to punish what was considered a religious transgression, but one having direct implications for the rabbinate status, if not communal identity, involved Uriel da Costa, Juan de Prado, and Baruch Spinoza, who each in turn publicly declared criticism of institutionalized traditional Judaism. The ban of the latest two was not enforced by Aboab, but together with Morteira was consented as senior rabbinical authorities in Amsterdam. It is surprising that the wording of the proclamation of the Cherem, announced by the laws of the Ma'amad, it is the governing body of 6 Parnasim and the Gabbai, laconic as it was extremely vague, mentioning only the abominable heresies, horrendous yes, which the practices and thought and his monstrous deeds, enormous overs. Regrettably, Spinoza's apología para justificarse de su aplicación de la sinagoga said to have been written after the ISIS communication, either has not been preserved or was never written. Asa Kasher and Shlomo Biderman have discussed what could be those abominable heresies that Spinoza maintained or has written before his excommunication. Dealing with this question, they found hypotheses to have mentioned beliefs: a Karaite, a Cartesian, a Quaker, and a pre-Adamite. And having discarded the first of the four hypotheses, they concluded that the other three were compatible with each other and that Spinoza used them in different ways to develop his own views. The contents of Abu-Ab library imply that he had access to texts that may have helped his understand the deeper implication of Spinoza's ideas of Cartesian philosophy, Quaker views, and pre-Adamite theory, as well as instructive books for his own mission of confessionalization and for the way in which he was to fulfill his role as a Jewish spiritual leader, a task that, according to Ella Belfer, mixes rationality relating to the world of practice and mysticism relating to the world of the spirit. Just how focused the library of Abu-Ab was has been revealed by Joseph Kaplan in his comparison of the libraries of Abu-Ab and two of his contemporaries in Amsterdam, Rabbi Shmuel Abbas and Rabbi David Nuni Torres. Abu-Ab accumulated an impressive library of which Judaica was only a small fraction. The Sabbatian storm, the great enthusiasm that swept the Jewish world in this with the news of Shabtai Tzvi messianship did not escape the Amsterdam community, and initially also bred a huge number of local great sages, including Rabbi Abu Ishaq, the Chacham of the Sephardi community. The preserved records indicate that those days were days of expectation and awakening among the believers. The theoretical debates over the nature of the Sabbatian movement provide a framework but not an adequate explanation of Abu Ab's involvement in this short-lived, intense but erratic messianic movement that peaked among the Sephardi and Ashkenazi communities in 1665. However, it is important to mention that despite Sabtai's pious life of a mystic during his residence in Smyrna, Izmir, the city's rabbinical leadership was suspicious of his ideas and remained watchful of his activities. When his messianic pretension became too manifest, they excommunicated him and his followers. A similar process took place in Amsterdam when Shabbatai Tzvi, who overflowed with charisma, began dispensing a spiritual remedy that promised to cure former conversos for the ills in covering their Judaization. The attention he attracted was polar in its attitude. Although his remedy's main ingredient was recognition of Shabtai Tzvi as the Jewish Messiah, its other components involved commitment to Judaism together with rejection of the intricate fabric of ritual demanded by Amsterdam rabbinate and the Parnassim for the purpose of ensuring that the tradition marking their social identity were maintained. The movement basically fell apart when the pseudo-Messiah converted to Islam in 1666. And although a core of followers did remain, the senior rabbis, including Abu Ab, rejected him, as it happened also in Hamburg with the Abu Diente followers, whose book Fin de los Días, The End of Days, was banned and burned. However, it is not surprising that one of the only two copies that have been preserved is in Etz Chaim Library in Amsterdam. But looking at Aboab's behavior closely, it must be said that at the beginning he welcomed the popular devotional revival of Sabbatianism and defended it against the Sephardi rabbi Jacob Sasporta's criticism, who, as Yaakov Dweck and Matt Goldish show, conducted alone a vigorous campaign, first to challenge and later to undercut the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi and Natan of Gaza. Sasporta challenged Shabbatai Tzvi improbable claims and warned his fellow Jews that their Messiah was not answered to their prayers. He flanked the reproach in the face of the community. An instance of intimidation of the believers occurred even in Amsterdam. Aboab reacted as writing a letter on behalf of the members of the Yeshiva Etz Chaim, most of whom were ardent believers, and reproached Sasporta for his hostile propaganda, which undermined the faith in the Messiah. One must remember that Aboab's messianic interest was very evident from his Hebrew translation published in 1655 and widely used of Abraham Herrera's House of God, La Casa de Dios, and Gate of Heaven, Puerta del Cielo, the first Hebrew text to mention Brazil, Mikul Brazil, using the biblical words with similar pronunciation and spelling such a Kur Barzel, iron furnace, which in Deuteronomy 4:20 refers to Egypt. Aboab described the sense of the siege of Recife he had witnessed. I'm quoting, "God was very merciful to us, delivering us the fierce furnace of Brazil, that veritable Egypt, where our enemy rendered us a curse and a byword to our surroundings, where his sword raged without and terror within. Among the indescribable persecutions that our nation had to endure through the centuries, there was no one more terrible than that which we suffered in Brazil." End of the quote. His work on this translation from Spanish to Hebrew and his overwhelming experience may very well have added to his spiritual resources, but reinforced the mystical vision of impending redemption to come at the end of the ordeal that surely must have tested his faith, as reflected in his ascetic and devotional writings, prayers, confessions, and supplication, composed in Recife and later in Amsterdam. What we can propose, however, is that after his Brazilian experience, Aboab became keenly aware of the necessity, at least in principle, of some entity having the political power necessary to protect his parishioners. So, using the same talent of ascetic and devotional writer, he introduced the Sabbatian innovations in the synagogue service at Amsterdam. For example, the daily recitation of Psalm 21, saying that Shabbatai Tzvi was the king that rejoices in your strength, the Lord. He granted him his heart's desire, and if not wielded the request of his lips. And reciting Psalm, he says, "You came to greet him with rich blessing and place crown of pure gold in his head, in the head of the Tzvi." Also, Aboab introduced in the prayer of the King's Majesty, which is normally recited on Shabbat and festival holidays only, is additional things. Sholem reproduced an expanded version of this prayer composed by Aboab to replace the shorter version that apparently came from the Orient. In this renewed version, Aboab abounds in praise of Shabtai Tzvi, venerating him as our Lord, the great King, Shabtai Tzvi, the anointed of the Lord, the Messiah, son of David, the Messiah King, the Messiah Redeemer, the Messiah Savior, our Messiah of righteousness, the anointed of the God of Jacob. In heeding the words of Nathan of Gaza, Shabtai Tzvi main advocate as well as closet assistant. Abuab was only doing what sizable portion of the Sephardic leadership had done. Abuab, like Shabtai Tzvi, had immersed himself in Lurianic Kabbalah with its description of how the Jewish spiritual world was to be rectified or restituted. Tikkun in Hebrew. Certainly, the penitential tikkunim that came from the Orient were quickly printed in Amsterdam in '66 at the printed presses of Joseph Atiyah and David Castro Tartos. The public revised edition of this devotional and penitential liturgy, some of them with Spanish translation. Orden de lo que sea decir cada día y noche, según vino de Jerusalén, que sea ratificada en nuestros días. These Amsterdam publications went also out from Amsterdam, for example, to Frankfurt and Prague, and subsequently these towns printed our editions. But it shows the devotional fervor that Abuab has. Because Lurianic doctrine considered the superior systematization of Kabbalistic thought. It was represented as a further articulation of the 16th century mystical renaissance that flourished and spread in the Holy Land. Abuab, the somewhat dour and ambitious rabbi, was, like the new Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, attracted by Lurianic asceticism and Iranian views. Abuab's devotion to the Kabbalah, which may create the intellectual and emotional acceptance of Sabbataism, nevertheless remains sculpted, perhaps in response to his personality, but also perhaps due to his vision of what was required of a leader. Joseph Kaplan points out that Abuab accepted Nathan Gaza prophecies regarding Shabtai Tzvi and Shabtai Tzvi future and beliefs, as long as they could be reconciled with the Torah and Sephardim tradition. We should recall also that Abuab's translation of Abraham Cohen Herrera Lurianic Kabbalistic book that I mentioned before, Casa de la Divinidad and Puerta del Cielo, an occupation I assume may very well have added to Abuab's spiritual resources, but reinforces the mystical vision of impending redemption. To come at the end of the ordeal, they surely must have tested his faith, as it is reflected in his ascetic and devotional writings composed in Recife and later Amsterdam, as I said already. Concluding, in the absence of documents on physical accounts by the people who knew Rabbi Abuab closely, perhaps his best known portrait, but Arnold Nat Teagle, showing a stern patriarch, is the best illustration which transports us back to the year of 1686, when, at the age of 81, Rabbi Abuab is depicted with an air of authority. His piercing gaze captures attention as he holds a book in his hand, symbolizing his knowledge and scholarly pursuits. Standing beside impressive bookcase filled with volumes that likely contain accumulation of wisdom, it becomes evident that he has dedicated his life to intellectual pursuits in the community. From the delicate lines etched on Abuab's face to the meticulously rendered textures of his clothing, each element contributes to a sense of realism, reverence, and respect. As I observed his portrait at the John Carter Brown Library Collections in Brown University, I have been captivated by the public figure of who devoted himself not only to religious teachings, but also to preserving knowledge through printmaking and enduring testament to Jewish tradition and culture, as is in his paraphrastic commentary to the Pentateuch, which according to traces of evidence collected with that work, some of the pericopes are believed to have been written by Aboab in Recife. Aboab also composed various sermons, funeral orations, speeches for festive celebrations, elegies for the 9th day of the Jewish calendar month of Av. As a tribute of Amsterdam Jewry to remembrance of their spiritual guide, the name of Rabbi Aboab and the date of his day, 4 April 1693, were incorporated in the engraved border of all marriage contracts issued by the community at that time. Grateful for listening and thank you for your attention that is truly appreciated. I hope you found my presentation insightful.
So, the name of the Messiah has already been mentioned, Shabtai Tzvi. So we go now from Aboab, who was at least for some time a Sabbatean, to a real full-fledged crypto Sabbatean, the Chacham of the Portuguese community, Ayalon, from the beginning of the 18th century. And no one less than Matt Goldish is going to lecture about this, and I'm sure you all know his books about the Sabbatean prophets and his other work that delves deeply into this topic. So we are very happy to have you here, and I invite you to the floor.
No presentation.
Yeah, I'll just do this.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you to Bart, from whose paper I learned so much earlier, and there may be some odd parallels in my paper, and to David and to Steve and everybody involved in organizing this conference. I'm really honored to be here and thrilled to be in Amsterdam, and thank you. So I had started, I had originally written at the beginning of this paper that there are these well-known Chachamim of the 17th century Amsterdam Sephardic community, Abu Abdi Fonseca, about whom we've just heard, Menashe ben Israel, about whom we've heard and will continue to hear, Yaakov Sasportas, who has become so much more well-known since Yaakov Dweck's book, well-known figures. And then there are some lesser-known figures, but also well-known to people who study the community, Yitzhak Uziel, Shlomo de Oliveira, maybe David Nunez Torres, David Pardo, and it seems to me that Shlomo Ayalon is somebody who's just not really very well known to so many people. That's what I was going to say until this morning. I discovered that the Ayalon family is having a big meeting here, and they're going to be addressed by one of the scholars and so on. I've met a few members of the family, one way or the other, but a family reunion, wow. So maybe they're not so little known as I had assumed. They're certainly well known to their descendants. Chacham Shlomo Ayalon was the chief Sephardic rabbi of Amsterdam from 1700 to 1728. I had assumed that he's familiar today mostly to experts, really the people who study the history of early modern Amsterdam Jewry and Kabbalah studies. For example, in Elisheva Karlebach's book, The Pursuit of Heresy, comes up a little bit. Yet his personal story is as colorful as those of the better known figures, and he presided over this leading Western European Sephardi community for almost 3 decades, at a critical time in both the history of Amsterdam Sephardim and of Western European intellectual history. So I'm going to begin by describing the biography of Ayalon as best I've been able to find it, relying a lot on Meir Benayahu's work, and then talk about a few specific issues concerning his years in Amsterdam. Ayalon was born in Saloniki in either 1655, 1660, or 1663. It appears probably 1660. He studied there in the yeshiva of Rabbi Yitzchak Hanan, and he was there with some other interesting figures who play a role in the weird history of the Sabbateans in this period. Elijah Mojajon, presumably the actual name is Muchachion, but it's always written Mojajon. He was later rabbi of Ancona. He was there with, studied in the yeshiva with David Yosef and Yosef Shaltio Kanpanton. Kanpanton is a famous name in the history of Sephardic Jews because of a Kanpanton, Yitzchak Kanpanton, who was a Talmudic scholar in Spain in the very last generation there. This Kanpanton was a Sabbatean. Ayalon, as a student, was also in direct contact with Rabbi Shlomo Florentine and with the prophet Nathan of Gaza. Now, after hearing the previous talk, I assume that people are familiar with the Sabbatean movement, but maybe I should just say Shabtai Tzvi was an Ottoman Jew from Izmir. He considered himself the Messiah. A lot of other people considered him the Messiah. His movement topped out in 1665, 1666. He had 2 leading theologians who explained him and his messianic claims. One was Nathan of Gaza. You're familiar with Gaza, I think. And the other was Abraham Miguel Cardoso, who was a converso himself. And there were a lot of lesser theologians in the movement, but we might be concerned with these 2. So this Shlomo Ayalon, who would be the Chacham of this community for almost 30 years, was a direct student of Nathan of Gaza, the prophet, as well as the theologian of the Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi. These were circles of intense believers in the Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, who converted to Islam in 1666. In the early 1680s, mostly around 1683, a group of leading Saloniki rabbis and followers of Shabbatai Tzvi, I will repeat that, a group of leading Saloniki rabbis and followers of Shabbatai Tzvi also converted to Islam in imitation of what Shabbatai had done, while secretly maintaining their Sabbatean faith. These people are called the Domeh. They're still around. I have met several of them. Picture this, understand the Chacham of the community here. I don't want to say anything about rabbis, but imagine, I don't know, Saloniki was Ir Ve'em Yisrael. It was one of the great, great communities of early modern Judaism. Imagine, I don't know, Brooklyn, New York, or I don't know, Cleveland, Ohio, just as an example. Imagine half the greatest chachamim or greatest rabbis of the community suddenly convert out. I don't know, this is not the place to go into the drama of what this meant. But our friend Shlomo Ayalon converted to Islam with this group, as best we can recreate his history. Every indication is that Chacham Shlomo Ayalon was one of the Sabbatean apostates. to Islam. It also seems that while he was among these Muslim Sabbateans, the Dolmen, Ayalon, well, let me put it this way. It appears that he entered his period with the Dolmen with one wife, and he exited it with a different wife. And there was no get, there was no writ of divorce, there was no rabbinate to, right? This was a little trick of the Sabbateans, right? And he stayed with this wife who had been married to somebody else. The leaders of the group declared that spiritually that was not his proper wife, took this woman from this other person and gave him to Ayalon as his wife, and his wife went elsewhere. I don't know where. You got the picture? Okay. So he stays with this woman throughout the rest of her life, at least. Okay. I'm not making this stuff up. At some point, we do not know when, Ayalon broke away from the Dolmen, returned to the Jewish fold, though he remained a deep Sabbatean believer. Where he went at that point is unclear. It seems likely he spent time in Italy. I have to guess that he was in Amsterdam for a while at that point. There's no evidence for it except what I'll mention later, which makes it hard to believe that he hadn't spent some time in Amsterdam during this period. Eventually, he moved to Tzfat, to Safed in Palestine. And what they tended to do with Europeans and sometimes Ottoman Jews who moved to the Palestine Jewish communities during this period is that they let them live there for a week or two, I don't know, maybe a month or two, and then they turn them around and send them back on a fundraising trip back to wherever they came from. So the Jews of Palestine were always in need of funds. So he moves to Tzfat, and then after not very long, he's dispatched as a funds collector in the winter of 1687. His letter of appointment on this mission was directed to the holy community of Mantova in Italy. And indeed, and I'll mention this later, we have a responsum of Ayalon directed to him. He says, this is a question that was asked to me while I lived in Mantova. He also passed through Livorno for a time. He was in Modena at the house of Rabbi Abraham Rovigo, who was a leading Sabbatean at that time. And it was while he was there that he wrote his one clearly Sabbatean Kabbalistic work and taught several traditions and practices that he had learned from Nathan of Gaza. He also spent time with Rovigo's close confidant, Rabbi Binyamin HaKohen of Reggio, another ardent Sabbatean. From there, he did proceed to Mantova, where he met with Rabbi Moses Sakuto, who was the teacher of Rovigo and of HaKohen, but at this point was not a Sabbatean believer. From Mantova that summer, Ayalon went to Verona, then to Venice. In Venice, his fundraising travels from Venice, his travels took him to Amsterdam, and from there to London. He had planned to return from London to Amsterdam back to Livorno, but in London during 1689, he was offered the job of Chacham of the community, and he stayed. It is unclear whether he ever returned to Livorno to complete his mission. He served the London Portuguese community for 10 years, and then was implored by the community of Amsterdam to serve as their chief Chacham, which he did for 28 more years until his death. He also taught in yeshiva, where he trained 34 students, possibly more, and many, if not most of these students served as rabbis in communities around the Western Sephardi diaspora. A surprising number of them went to serve as rabbis in the Caribbean, but they were also all over Western Europe. He died on the first day of Rosh Chodesh, ER 1728, 296 years ago, as of last Wednesday. How, we may ask, was it possible for a leading Sabbatean theologian to be appointed chief Sephardic rabbi of major communities without anybody calling him out, at a time when many Sabbateans were espousing wild and heretical ideas? and that included Ayalon himself, wild and heretical messianic ideas. This is a complicated question. Meir Benayahu treats it at length. I'll offer 3 responses, each of which may be partially correct, about how a person like this becomes appointed a Sephardi Chacham in a major community. First, not many people knew about Ayalon's past. Second, many people who did know, including Moshe Hajiz, who is the great enemy of the Sabbateans, did not say anything because they thought that when he, oh, my pages are stuck together, sorry. They thought that when he left the Donmeh, Ayalon repented and abandoned his Sabbatean beliefs, which is of course not true. He returned to Judaism, but he was still an ardent Sabbatean. Third, among those who did know, there was a sense that they did not want to stir the pot and rekindle fights over Sabbateanism, believing it would die off by itself. Be that as it may, there's strong evidence that Ayalon remained a believer in Shabbatai at least into the 1720s, and there's medium strong evidence that he abandoned those beliefs at the very end of his life. I don't think he did, but I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'd like to focus for a few minutes on 3 episodes or issues concerning Ayalon's period in the Amsterdam chief Sephardic rabbi. First, I want to suggest a reason that he might have been chosen for that position in Amsterdam. Second, I want to highlight a particularly odd responsum, a rabbinic question and answer that was submitted to Ayalon and to his Ashkenazi counterpart in Amsterdam, the Chacham Tzvi Ashkenazi, in 1711, about which I published in Studio Rosentaliana. And third, I want to emphasize Ayalon's role in the Hayom controversy of 1713-14, through which this very same Chacham Tzvi Ashkenazi, his Ashkenazi counterpart, was thrown out of Amsterdam. Why was Ayalon chosen from among the possible candidates for the chief rabbinate of Amsterdam in 1699? So his predecessor was Rabbi Yaakov Sasportas. Sasportas died in 1698 at the age of 88. He had been the head Chacham of the community for 5 years, from the age of 83 to 88. He became the Chacham of the community when Yitzchak Abuhab de Fonseca, about whom we were just hearing, died. All right, so I'm going to suggest 2 pieces of an answer about why Ayalon was chosen to replace Sasportas. The first concerns the religious standing of the Amsterdam Sephardic community and its yeshiva at that juncture. While the merchants may have been struggling around this time, so things had gone downhill in the later 17th century economically for the community in a lot of ways, and the community was losing some of its wealth and being surpassed by the Ashkenazim in so many ways. Amsterdam, what it was at the height of its influence as the mother community of the Western Sephardi diaspora. Its yeshiva, Eitz Chaim, was training rabbis who led both Amsterdam and most of the other Western Sephardi communities, including their New World colonies. The chief rabbi who had just died, Chacham Yaakov Sasportas, about whom we learned so much from Yaakov Dweck, was not well liked, but he had a towering status as a rabbinic judge. In the middle of the 17th century, it was a matter of pride that Amsterdam could boast of rabbis. Okay, so I want to emphasize this point. In the middle, the earlier and middle part of the 17th century, it was a matter of pride that Amsterdam could boast of rabbis such as Menashe ben Israel and Yitzchak Abuhab de Fonseca and Moshe Raphael de Aguilar, who were trained right there in the Dutch Jerusalem. We trained them and now they are our rabbis. That was a point of pride. These rabbi skills also matched the needs of the nascent community to present Judaism cogently to novice converso Jews on the one hand and to Christian intellectuals on the other hand. So that was what they needed in the early and middle part of the 17th century. At the turn of the 18th century, however, the need was more for an impressive rabbinic scholar with an international reputation who could train rabbis at a high level. So just as the community had brought in rabbis from the Ottoman Empire and Italy early in its existence, it sort of went back to doing that again. So you have Sasportas and then Ayalon. They needed rabbis with an international reputation who could train new rabbis at a high level. The community thus returned to the Ottoman trained rabbis like Sasportas and Ayalon as it had done in its earlier history. Ayalon was indeed such a person, but there were others around. For example, the very same Moshe Hajiz that I was mentioning before, an excellent rabbinic scholar from Jerusalem. He was already in Amsterdam. What made Ayalon the candidate of choice? I'd like to suggest that we can obtain a clue about this from my very favorite manuscript. That is Livraria Eitz Chaim, Montesinos, 47A3. I love this manuscript. I've already published 2 articles from it, and I'm going to try and squeeze a little more mileage out of it right here, right now. Okay, so this is Ayalon's notebook from his first year in the London Rabbinate in 1689-90. That's what this manuscript is. It contains various items, including, as I mentioned, a responsum to Mantova, but I'd like to say that the majority of the manuscript consists of questions and answers exchanged between Ayalon and correspondents in Amsterdam. So he's just arrived in London, 1689-90, and most of his correspondence is with Amsterdam. Some of these letters and responsa are written to unnamed recipients. One is addressed to Rabbi David Nunez Torres. The rest are exchanges with Chacham Yaakov Sasportas, who was, at that point, not yet the chief Sephardi rabbi, but one of the Beit Din in Amsterdam, whom Ayalon addresses as my master and teacher. This close relationship between Ayalon and Sasportas is curious on at least 3 grounds. I want to mention that Ayalon is 40 years younger than Sasportas, and Sasportas does not have patience for much of anybody. But he and Ayalon are very close. First, how did Ayalon become so attached to Sasportas? The only stay that Ayalon had in Amsterdam before he was brought back as the Chacham was for probably less than a year. It's hard to imagine him becoming that close to Sasportas during that time. So I don't know when that happened. That's why I suggested earlier that maybe at an earlier time in his life he had spent time here. Second, a second question I have. Sasportas treats Ayalon half a century his junior with respect usually reserved for colleagues of equal standing. Indeed, Sasportas asks for Ayalon's opinion on several legal questions. Now, this is rather amazing, considering the way he treated, for example, Mortera, whom he treats like a poorly trained child. This is pretty amazing that he's asking questions to Ayalon. And third, and this is really the big one, Sasportas was the leading opponent of Shabbatai Tzvi at the height of the Sabbatean movement. He was the voice against Shabbatai Tzvi in 1665-66. Ayalon was an ardent Sabbatean. Was it really possible that Sasportas knew absolutely nothing of Ayalon's messianic proclivities? Apparently it was. It seems Sasportas knew nothing of it. My point here is this: if Ayalon was demonstrably this close to Sasportas and others in Amsterdam, in one notebook from a decade before his appointment here in Amsterdam, we can reasonably assume that he remained close to and well respected by the Amsterdam rabbis. Thus, when Sasportas died in 1698, he might well have left his recommendation of Ayalon as a replacement. whether he did or not, Ayalon was certainly on their minds, right? They corresponded with him, many people there. He also had 10 years of experience as leader of a Western Sephardi community, which neither Hajis nor most others could claim. So I think that is how we can see why Ayalon was the candidate of choice here in Amsterdam after the death of Sasportas. I want to mention an odd incident involving Ayalon, which occurred in 1711. So in a few minutes, if somebody can tell me my time, just so I don't overrun.
You have, I would say, quarter or so.
Okay, perfect. So in a couple minutes, I'm going to talk about the Chayon controversy in Amsterdam. So this incident that I'm going to tell you about occurs 2 years earlier, 1711. So a responsum in the famous responsa collection of Amsterdam's chief Ashkenazi rabbi, Chacham Tzvi Ashkenazi. So the Chacham Tzvi is asked the following question. In Crete, there's a man who, now watch this story about this man in Crete, right? He had become involved with the Sabbateans in Saloniki. He had converted to Islam with the Dolma, and then he had returned to Judaism and was now behaving ever since like a proper Jew. Does that sound familiar? Like, have we ever heard that story somewhere? Okay, but this is a Jew in Crete. Now the Chacham Tzvi is asked, could this man receive a synagogue honor on the holiday of Simchat Torah? So I discovered that besides the printed version of this question and the answer in the printed Tshuvot of the Chacham Tzvi, in a UCLA manuscript, I found that the same question had been asked to Shlomo Ayalon, right? He, a guy who had joined the Dolma, lived with them, and then returned to Judaism, was being asked about, could somebody be given an honor in synagogue who had joined the Dolma, lived with them for a while, and then returned to Judaism. I think I called my article on this a historic irony. It's particularly ironic that the man in question had a history with the Dolma identical to that of Ayalon himself. The man's abandonment of Sabbateanism is also suspect because the adherents of Nathan of Gaza, the Sabbatean prophet, especially valued the synagogue honors on Simchat Torah. So among the Sabbateans, that was considered a particularly important honor. So it's a little suspicious that that's what this man was going to get. And how do we know this? How do we know that the Sabbateans liked those honors on Simchat Torah? It's because of a tradition that was brought and taught by none other than Shlomo Ayalon. Both the Chacham Tzvi and Ayalon, by the way, permit the man to have the honor. So now I want to talk briefly about the role of Ayalon in the controversy over the itinerant Sabbatean author Nehemiah Chia Chayon. And what I like about Chayon and the story following yours is that one of the many things that Chayon was accused of is plagiarism, that he printed a book that was not his own. So this controversy exploded in Amsterdam and resulted in the expulsion of the Chacham Tzvi Ashkenazi from his position as chief Ashkenazi rabbi in Amsterdam. The very short version of the story is that Chayon shows up in Amsterdam with Kabbalistic writings of his, which were Sabbatean and probably more than Sabbatean, were quite heretical in nature, Kabbalistic heresy. That messianic and heretical quality, however, could only be discerned by scholars who knew this sort of secret code in which Sabbatean mystical writings were composed. So there were certain key words and phrases and approaches which were typical of the Sabbateans, which even a Kabbalist might read and never recognize as being Sabbatean unless they knew that these were the sort of codes in which the Sabbateans wrote. The Chacham Tzvi immediately recognized it, and he, following the lead of his colleagues elsewhere, including in Jerusalem, he said that Chayon should immediately be excommunicated. Ayalon said, there's nothing wrong with this writing, it's totally kosher, it shouldn't be distributed because they're Kabbalistic writings, they're esoteric in nature, but they're just fine. So the Sabbatean Chacham Ayalon looks at the writings of the Sabbatean Nehemiah Chayon, and he goes, oh yeah, they're okay, they're fine, right? An enormous fight ensued between various rabbis all over Western Europe, supporting or condemning these Chayon writings. As it turned out, the Amsterdam Ashkenazim were already plenty unhappy with the Chacham Tzvi. If you see the things that he's alleged to have done, you would understand not good, right? In other words, what could have happened here is a huge fight between the Ashkenazi community and the Sephardi community here in Amsterdam. You'll notice that the synagogues are directly across the street from each other, right? These communities didn't, right? They stayed separate, and yet they're always looking at each other. It's no accident, right? There used to be a chrach between them. It's now a street, right? But they used to, right? The Ashkenazim built the beautiful synagogue first. It's clear that there's some kind of a synagogue envy going on with the Sephardim who built, right? So it could have ended up that there would be a huge fight between these communities, but there wasn't, because the Ashkenazim were already good and sick of their Chacham, the Chacham Tzvi Ashkenazi. And so they actually kind of sided with the Sephardim against their own Chacham. He opposed and insulted, right, the Chacham Tzvi opposed and insulted his Sephardic counterpart, Ayalon, and his own community chose to expel him. A major rift between Ashkenazim and Sephardim was thus averted, but in truth, Ayalon's support for an author whose works he knew to be Sabbatean and heretical was at the center of this great rabbinic fight. So it was really Ayalon's decision to support Chayon, whom he knew to be a Sabbatean and a heretic, that caused this huge mess. So I just want to point out that's one of his accomplishments here as the Chacham of Amsterdam. In the midst of the fight, Moses Hajiz outed Ayalon as a Sabbatean, but this revelation, which Ayalon doesn't really deny in any extant literature, doesn't even deny the thing about his wife, that whole business. He made that whole being outed for being a Sabbatean made no impact on Ayalon's reputation or his standing here in Amsterdam. He died 14 years later, much loved and respected. The Chacham Tzvi's son, Rabbi Yaakov Enden, claims that at the end of his days, Ayalon apologized to his father, the Chacham Tzvi, for causing his expulsion from Amsterdam, and that he abjured his Sabbatean commitments and was forgiven. Now, I might be prepared to believe this, except that one of the famous qualities of the Sabbateans was that they lied about being Sabbateans. So I suspect that Ayalon maintained his commitments all the way through and remained a Sabbatean. So that's the Sabbatean Chacham who served this community for 28 years at the beginning of the 18th century. Assuming I have another minute here, I'm just going to say one more thing about what I found in this manuscript, 4783, is Sasportas. I don't think, Yaakov, I don't think you talked about this in your book. I don't remember, but I don't think you talked about this. In this manuscript, there's a letter from Sasportas to Ayalon, and it's got a long sort of introductory section, and he spends a big paragraph talking about, this is a man who comes from Oran, from North Africa, right? He talks in a whole paragraph about how cold it is in Amsterdam. He talks about how the canals froze over. This is stuff we usually associate with earlier in the 17th century, but apparently for him in middle, late 17th century, this must have still been happening. This is what's known to historians as the Little Ice Age, especially in Northern Europe, a very cold period. But he talks about how criminals and the enemies of the Jews are going wild. They're just fine out there where no normal person can even go outdoors without, freezing. And he talks about how the Christians seem to be fine with it because they're celebrating Christmas, with the snow and the ice, and they're perfectly happy with all that. And meanwhile, he is clearly suffering so much. He comes back to this theme, I think, 3 different times in his writing about how cold it is here. So, there are all kinds of vicissitudes of Ottoman and North African rabbis when they come to Amsterdam. It's cold. Sabbatean heretics keep showing up. The other thing that he and Ayalon exchanged letters about is these marginal conversos who live in these communities who don't really join the community, but they're still from the same background. They're members of the Nassau, and they hang out with the people who have joined the Jewish community, but they don't join, and they don't really keep kosher exactly, and they have this pernicious influence on the community, and so they discuss what to do about such people. So it wasn't such an easy gig to be the chacham of a community like this at the time. So that is your own Shlomo Ayalon, former chacham of Amsterdam. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. That was a fascinating talk. Yes, please.
Matt, that was spectacular. Please publish this post page. I have a comment and then I have a question. The comment is about Sasportas, and it makes total sense to me that you didn't hound Ayalon out of town as a Sabbatian. One of the things that I was surprised in working on Sasportas was that he doesn't pursue Sabbatians after the conversion of Shabtai. He has a lot of contact with people who he knows to have been believers, and he doesn't go after them the way that Emden or Fajis do. So it would make total sense to me that he's still fighting with everyone, as we know, but he's fighting over the correct interpretation of Maimonides. He's not fighting about whether or not you were a Sabbatian, at one point. He doesn't sort of hold up people's past to them and insult them.
So if I can respond just to that, I mean, people like Sadoun and people in North Africa, I think he's still after them a little bit. People who are not rabbis, who are not learned, I feel like he gives them a pass.
We can talk about this more, but
okay.
I think there is some evidence that even people who are learned, he gives.
Okay.
When he's in a fight with someone, he doesn't
bring
the
it
fact that you were a Sabbatian way back when. He holds up the fact that you don't know how to read Maimonides correctly.
Okay.
And that to him, I think, because that is the real problem, not one Shabtai is converted. I think we can talk about this. But the real question is, and this is a question I have been asking you for 20 years, and again right now, could you please tell me what it means to be a Sabbatian after Shabtai Tzvi converts? Because to be a Sabbatian in 1665, 66, that's just to be a Jew. Everyone's a Sabbatian, right? Well, after he converts, what does it mean?
So this is really a terrific question. I can't stand it when people go like, oh, that was a great question, because you can see that they're just finding a way to spend a minute thinking about how to answer. That really is a great question. And I think Pavel Macheko has really given us the key clue to understanding this. So Pavel says that in the early 18th century, and really in the 18th century in general, being a Sabbatian doesn't really have anything to do with Shabtai Tzvi anymore. It's really a theological position. It's really a questioning, especially about certain principles of Kabbalah, the relationship of the Sfirot to the Ein Sof, questions about the nature of God, questions about the relationship between the Jew and God, which are questions which might have been kind of stewing, especially in Italy and among the Western Sephardim already. Those are really the questions that when you call somebody a Sabbatean, that's really what you're talking about. They have very little to say about Shabtai Tzvi anymore, and I think that that's the key. And I think that that is probably true about Nehemiah Chayon even though he is an almost exact contemporary of Ayalon. They're both born right around 1660. And what that means is that they're in that sort of transitional generation. In other words, Ayalon is really, he is a student of Nathan of Gaza, right? The first generation, the core, but it's at the end of Nathan's life. And he's really, he and Chayon are both really in that generation where it is no longer, right, when you call somebody a Sabbatean, you're not really talking about them, you know, oh, you're expecting Shabtai Tzvi to come back from the dead, maybe he's just hiding around the other block, you know, whatever like that, right? It's no longer that kind of thing. It's really sort of transitioned to a more global kind of heresy that has to do with the nature of God, the relationship of God to the Jews, the divinity of the Messiah, whoever it might be. A lot of it looks very much like Christianity, especially in its earliest stages. So that's kind of what Pavel talks about, and my sense is that that's kind of what we're dealing with. But it would be very interesting if that is what we're seeing in Ayalon and Chayon, because they are people who were alive at the height of the movement and did have contact with, right, in the case of Chayon, it's with Cardoso, and in the case of Ayalon, it's with Nathan. So I'm sorry that was a long-winded response, but I'm sure it was different than whatever we were talking about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10
On
years
the
ago.
weather thing, I didn't talk about it in my book because you told me about it. You told me you were writing about it, and I'm still waiting for you to write about it. But when Sasfordas goes to Ligorno, he talks about how sunny it is, and how much better it is for his eyes. So,
all right.
Do write about the winter. Please write about that too.
Maybe we should write about it together.
Nope, it's all you, Brad.
Tom, yes.
Allion had a daughter Gracia, and she married in Amsterdam in 1707. Her marriage band says that she was born in Jerusalem. Would you happen to know if she was the daughter of wife number 1 or wife number 2?
I do not know the answer to that. I really don't know very much about the family. Meir Benayahu talks a whole bunch about the ancestors, the cousins, the father, all that kind of thing. The descendants, I know that I've met several of them, but I don't know which wife. And I don't really know anything much about the rest of the family descendants. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Matt, that was a great talk. I couldn't stop laughing at some of it. And you mentioned that there are still Denma. Are there real practicing Denma, or people who just know that they're descended from them?
Well, see, the thing with Sabbateans of all stripes is that they never want to let on about what they do and don't know, or what they do and don't do. So it's hard to tell with any of them about, whether they're really, are they, aren't they, whatever. But I will just say this, that the ones that I have met seem to give all indications that they know very little about the actual traditions and practices of the Donmeh. They know enough to know which of the 3 groups of Donmeh they're from. They know that it's associated with Shabtai Tzvi. My sense is that we're dealing with a generation of assimilated Donmeh.
I have a question myself. So you wonder, why was he called to be the chief rabbi of Amsterdam? Could it also be that actually people, maybe also Panasim of the Portuguese community here, knew that he was a Sabbatean, and that precisely that was a reason for them to hire him, meaning that still here in Amsterdam he wasn't alone. There were others who also defined themselves as Sabbateans at the time, and that maybe and this was not such an isolated case. We know, of course, that here in the great synagogue, the Ashkenazi great synagogue, the warden of the community. He was a Sabbatean, a practicing Sabbatean
Yes.
as well. And there were a few others. So what about the Portuguese community at his time?
Yeah. So Ben Oizer, definitely, right, an important, right, somebody who wrote a history of the movement. But I doubt it. And I'll tell you why. First of all, we know who these Parnasim were. They were business people, right? They didn't have great theological commitments for the most part. Some of them were reasonably learned. So for example, when Nehemiah Chayon was coming to the town, they gave the job of looking over his books to a couple of the Parnasim, who were presumably quite learned, along with the Chacham, but they weren't interested in these fine points of Kabbalah, which essentially defined Sabbatean at the time, Sabbateanism at the time. So I can't definitively say that they weren't, but I am very, very doubtful. We also know some interesting things about this. So Moshe Hajiz, who was another zealous opponent of the Sabbateans, was in Amsterdam at the time. And he says later, at the time of the Chayon controversy, he says, when he was hired here, I had known for years that he was a Sabbatean, but it's the way that we did things at that time that I didn't say anything. He says, I didn't want to close the door in front of Ba'alei Tshuva, in front of people who have repented. And Elisheva Karlibach interprets that to mean the conversos of the community, right, who had returned to Judaism. I don't think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about Ayalon himself, right, who had left the Donman. So he says, I didn't want to make trouble at that time. And it turns out that was the pattern. That's what people did. You didn't say anything. And at the same time, there was an important rabbi from Saloniki who was in Amsterdam publishing his father's works. That was Perach Mate Aaron, which is an important sefer of Sheilot to Tshuvot by a Saloniki rabbi, Aaron Parachia. The son, who is at that time probably in his 80s or something, right? A major, leading Saloniki rabbi. He for sure knew. And the Parnasim apparently asked him, and he says, no, he's fine. Ayalon, he's good. He's fine. Probably because he knew that he had left the Donman, and he thought that meant, oh yeah, he's all fine. People did crazy things, like the way we talk about hippies in the 60s. Yeah, they were crazy, but they're okay now, right? I think that was, kind of the attitude, like, yeah, he's okay now. So nobody told them. I think that they really didn't know. There were rumors a little, blah, blah, blah. They checked. They checked with Hajiz. They checked with Parachia, and nobody had a bad thing to say about him.
Other questions? No?
Well, I guess it was crystal clear.
It was very clear. It was fascinating. Thank you so much for this. So this was a great first day, I would say. We are presented with great rabbinic figures, and I assume your heads are full with these guys. So you have a night to reflect on this. Tomorrow we have new fascinating figures to present to you. So be here tomorrow again. See you all.